to the Gamer Sideline. On the Gamer Sideline, it's more than a game. It's the Dynasty dreams and that Hall of Fame name. So press start, lock in, let the podcast ride. Cause the sticks are in hand and the passion don't hide. On the Gamer Sideline, it's more than a game. It's the Dynasty dreams and that Hall of Fame name. So press start, lock in, let the podcast ride. Cause this so it made me, the passion don't hide.
Hello, and thank you for joining us for another Gamer Sideline podcast. It is English. Let's do it. I am Lichemax626, and this is
Kinetik615.
Today we are going over the Dynasty deep dive that was released, I think, back on Tuesday by EA. I think we're going to watch the video, and then afterwards we're going to go over the documentation that accompanied it. It's probably going to be a long one because there's a lot of documentation that goes along with this deep dive. So hopefully you guys don't get too bored, but let's get it.
All right, here we go. I'm going to go ahead and hit play. We'll watch this through, and then we'll talk about it.
Hey everybody, it's Kirk Herbstreit. Improvements to Dynasty and EA Sports College Football 26 are focused around adding authenticity to every Dynasty run, while also delivering on community feedback. For the first time ever, you can start your Dynasty by stepping into the role of one of over 300 authentic college football coaches. To ensure each coach and coordinator's authentic styles are highlighted, we completely rebalanced archetypes and abilities and enhanced playbooks with over 2,800 new plays. So when you battle a CEO like Kirby Smart one week and a program builder like Lane Kiffin the next, you truly feel the difference on the football field. This new depth also offers more options when creating your own coach, giving you more control over the path you ultimately take. A new progression curve offers early career momentum with more sustained growth across a new level cap up to 100. Of course, no coach excels at everything, so hire coordinators who complement your strengths or shore up your weaknesses, and make sure to leverage your staff's active archetype perk to really accelerate your progression. Updates to how coaching archetypes are unlocked, balanced, and expanded make each coaching path even more strategic and distinct. All three base archetypes now require a minimum coach level to unlock, promoting focused early investment and making your initial archetype choice more meaningful. New scaling archetype costs encourage more intentional choices as you progress. Now, advancing within your specialty, like moving from recruiter to elite recruiter, is more affordable than a path that requires learning a new skill set.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that one.
Preserve your Dynasty legacy with the all-new trophy room.
I'll give my thoughts when we
Showcase
go through
every trophy, title, and individual award won throughout your coaching journey, and look ahead at what coveted hardware you still need to strive for. The new college football history feature serves as a college football history book and lets you compare your program to the all-time greats, adding a new dimension of legacy building to Dynasty. We've revamped the transfer portal to create more realistic player movement, especially among the 4- and 5-star players. Now, from 2,000 up to 3,500 athletes can enter the portal each season, giving you fresh ways to build your roster year after year. New dynamic deal breakers are player expectations that evolve with their talent. That 3-star freshman who is happy with average facilities? If he's an All-American by junior year, he might be looking for top-tier amenities. And whether it's listed as a deal breaker or not, your most talented players may still demand playing time. Some coach abilities can impact dynamic deal breakers, providing strategic recruiting advantages. New dynamic dev traits have a bigger impact on player growth, along with more abilities across 59 total player archetypes for better variety among athletes. And skill group levels increase from 10 to 20, so progression feels more gradual and realistic. Recruiting visits now involve location-based costs. So the further a prospect lives from your campus, the more recruiting hours a visit costs. This simulates an authentic recruiting challenge faced by smaller programs who must focus locally, while powerhouses can recruit nationally. New recruiting battles create high-stakes showdowns when multiple schools are neck and neck for a coveted recruit, and team needs are now front and center on your prospect list, so you always know exactly where to focus your efforts. When it comes to wear and tear, every player now has a seasonal health pool that depletes as they recover. And once it's empty, they can't bounce back until the offseason. New auto subs incorporate different wear and tear strategies, allowing you to customize substitution thresholds and better manage your team's long-term usage. Within custom conferences, the new protected opponents option ensures certain annual matchups, regardless of divisional changes. Preserve key rivalries like Michigan versus Ohio State every year with this feature, up to 2 protected opponents per team. New formation subs provide flexibility to assign players to specific alignments, adding ways to strategically exploit opponent team weaknesses. Take advantage of new position archetypes with up to 50 subs per team, with packages that persist season to season. With crossplay in Dynasty, build your college football empire with friends on any platform. Use the enhanced Player Hub and new Members tab to effortlessly manage your Dynasty and stay connected. Pre-order the MVP bundle. Includes both EA Sports College Football 26 and Madden NFL 26 for Xbox Series XS and PlayStation 5.
All right. So that was your first time seeing that video. So what are your thoughts?
So, I am not too sure on the. Losing my train of thought right now. The progressive fatigue thing that they were talking about, where you have a season long health pool. Once it's depleted, then that doesn't. Then they can't recover until the next season. Not sure how I feel about that, although I do think it's gonna help keep people from like basically just running their starters until they're dead, tired throughout the season. It's gonna encourage more rotating of the players.
Okay, so I know we're still trying to figure out how we like to do our format in here for this stuff. I think watching it through like that is good, but there were times I wanted to stop it because there were certain things I wanted to like sort of break down what we were seeing on the screen for the video. But then I also worry that we're gonna cover it twice going through the campus huddle. So do you want to watch it through again and just stop it to go over what we see on the screen and talk about it, and then just kind of skip past those parts in the campus huddle? Do you want to just not do that, go through the campus huddle, talk about those points, and then we could always do the second watch through at the end to give our thoughts, having seen it again after reading through the campus huddle? Or
no, I think it's all right. But yeah, basically, like a lot of stuff they talked about, like I liked it. I liked the new additions. I like what they're adding in. I think a lot of it's gonna especially enhance the realism, the simulation aspect of the game. I think that's what the most important thing is, especially when doing online dynasties.
Right.
I'm not a huge fan of the dynamic recruiting, but I know that's more akin to simulation than how it's in 25 currently.
Well, okay, so to your original point, with the career and season long health pool, a couple things with that. So I think it can be a little harsh, although with the sliders we have, I think that can be alleviated. But I do like it overall because it does further promote the idea of rotation, you subbing people in, not keeping players out just to run up the score on people. Because you want to save their health for later in the season. That's why in real life, you see coaches do that all the time. Again, as we've said before, both you and I are Michigan fans. If you go back to our 2023 season, there was a reason why up until the final 3 or 4 weeks of the season. I think up until the Michigan State game, our starters didn't play a fourth quarter the entire season. JJ McCarthy, there were times he came out after halftime. And the reason for that is to avoid injuries and wear down on his body for later in the season. That's what you want to do if you're being a smart coach. Like I said, if it was on 25 where we didn't have the sliders, I think it would be kind of brutal. But like
especially if you had also, progressive fatigue on throughout the season too.
Well, and there's also carryover. So and I think it'll get into this when we jump into the campus huddle here. But if you completely deplete your season health pool by the end of your season, then the next season your seasonal health pool is smaller. But if you have some like on the end that you haven't used by the end of the season, then the next season it's actually a little bit bigger. So it carries over some from the previous season for the health as well. So and then the career one is just like literally you don't heal from it.
Right. Which, I mean, that seasonal health pool I think is gonna be great for encouraging people to encouraging more rotation, as you said. Especially like if you guys missed the gameplay deep dive, they also implemented a feature where you can do on-the-fly subs, where you can sub players out to that substitution takes play on the very next play you run.
Yep.
So I mean, I think that's a great addition, especially with this seasonal health pool thing that they're implementing. So it's going to help make it a lot easier. Like once you start seeing them get a little banged up, you can just sub them, do a quick sub out for the next play, and then you can keep going. That on the fly substitution thing, that's gonna be a big feature to keep an eye on when you're playing through the season on Dynasty.
Right. Well, and like I said in the last video we did, I think with the combination of everything that they've implemented, so with being able to set formation subs, with being able to set your depth chart and doing it correctly, being able to do on-the-fly dynamic substitutions literally in-game, and being able to go into the pause menu, hit mass subs, or however you want to do it, I feel like they give all the tools there for you to minimize the impact of the wear and tear over the season and even over the career. It's just up to the user to actually use them.
Right, yeah. And I mean, that's something that like people who are playing 25 and aren't used to like all of the systems in there are gonna have to get used to, because it's gonna be an integral part of the game, especially like with the changes they've made to wear and tear and fatigue. You're gonna have to pay attention to that, otherwise you're gonna have a bad time, and you're gonna end up with starters being out for 2 seasons even because they didn't recover anything from the previous season.
Right, exactly. All right, so getting into the campus huddle here, this is going to break down everything a little bit in deeper detail, and we'll stop after each thing and sort of discuss it a little bit. There's no way around it. This is the biggest of the campus huddles. This is the biggest deep dive. It's the biggest mode in the game. This is going to be somewhat of a longer video because there's a lot to go through here. But we'll try to get through it, but we do want to touch on everything. We don't want to skip anything. So I'm just going to read it, and then we'll talk about it. So I don't think we need to read the intro, though.
I mean, I feel like people might be very interested in the intro. No, I'm kidding.
I mean,
I'm kidding. I'm joking. I'm joking, man. It's better if we just jump right into the features. That's what people are here for. They're here to see what's all been added into the Dynasty and see what's new, what's changed, what's improved.
And I know the likelihood of them seeing this is very very small, but I just want to I do want to give a shout out to these guys right here, Chad Walker, Ben Hallmiller, and Scott O'Gallagher, the lead developers and designers of the game and of these modes. They have been very active in the community on social media, going on other shows, bigger podcasts for interviews. They've been very open, answering questions. So just shout out to these guys for doing a great job and doing it with a project that they actually have a passion for.
Another thing I'll give them props for is they actually like listen to the community. Like they will find some obscure Reddit post back in the backlogs of Reddit and see somebody complaining about a feature, and then they'll go in and take a look at it and make changes.
Well, in that case, I just want to put this here at the beginning in case they do happen to see this. Give us coach mode where we can actually call the plays and let the players play it. There is a lot of people there's a lot of people that's calling for this. It's something we want. Give it to us. It's an easy enough implementation. Also, dynamic pipelines. Those are the main two things, in my opinion, that are missing from this year's game. Dynamic pipelines. The reason that's important is when you rebuild a 1-star school, and even if you build them up to a 5-star school, you still have 1-star school pipelines, and it makes you feel like a discount version of a 5-star school. It doesn't feel like a true rebuild into a 5-star school. So give us dynamic pipelines. I'm pretty sure we had dynamic pipelines back in the old NCAA games. Give it to us now. All right.
Oh,
So,
one feature that I would, if you end up seeing this, one feature that I would suggest is the ability to reset games.
that should be commissioner only, to be able to back up.
For the commissioners, like the ability to revert a week or reset a game. I think we desperately
because
need that.
Mistakes do happen, guys. Mistakes do happen. Commissioners accidentally hit buttons. Just allow us to be able to go back and correct it. Make it commissioner only or dynasty owner only.
I personally can think of one commissioner who is famous for making mistakes.
Also, transactions tab, so we can see when people make changes or do things, just like you have it in Madden. Implement a version of that into college football.
Yeah,
anyways,
that would be fantastic.
Let's get that out of the way. So I'm going to go ahead and read this. So it says, this is just an introduction for what they're doing here. So when we set out to design College Football 25, we had a multi-year vision for what we wanted Dynasty Mode to become. That journey began by laying the foundation under 3 core pillars: build your coach, build your program, and deliver the world of college football. Build your coach encompasses the decisions you make on your coaching journey to the top of the college football world, whether that's starting as a coordinator at a small school and making a name for yourself before getting that first head coaching job, or starting as a head coach at your dream school. Every decision you make on your journey matters. Build your program. As the old saying goes, to win in college football, it's not the X's and O's, it's the Jimmies and the Joes. Recruiting is the lifeblood of college football, and having a consistent winner means you need a roster that is built to reload rather than rebuild. That all starts on the high school recruiting trail. But in modern college football, roster retention and utilizing the transfer portal are instrumental in your ability to field a championship team. Deliver the world of college football. The college football landscape continues to evolve. In College Football 26, we push to reflect the ever-changing reality of the sport, from custom conferences and scheduling to protected opponents and playoff structure. Whether you're staying true to tradition or reshaping the map, the world of college football is yours to define. College Football 26 represents year 2 of that vision, a year focused on building on the foundation we set and adding meaningful depth to each pillar. It's about evolving Dynasty while staying true to what makes it special and delivering on the feedback we've heard from our incredibly passionate community. Just like last year, we spent countless hours talking with community members, college football experts, and coaches. We also spent a ton of time watching Dynasty live streams, program rebuilds, wish list videos, and of course, reading thousands of message boards, posts, and tweets. A large part of our research was focused not just on what is discussed, but how the mode is actually played and experienced by our community. Because as we said last year and still strongly believe today, our team has one singular motto: satisfy the core community, because this is their game. And again, this is what I'm talking about with the developers. They're not just looking at the people that play Ultimate Team, as has been mused about with Madden for years, that they only care about the hardcore players where all the money comes from. They're talking about satisfy the core community. And the core community of college football is not Ultimate Team players. It's not even really online head-to-head players. It's the players that love Road to Glory, that love Dynasty Mode. That's the vast majority of their player base, and they do listen. They do pay attention, even when you think you're not. So as I advised in the last video, make your complaints, do it constructively. Give feedback, feedback where they can improve, things that they can implement, things that need to be changed or tuned down or whatever, but do it in a constructive way. Don't do it in a troll manner. Don't do it in a complaining or negative way, and don't harass devs. Do it constructively. They do listen, and they will see it one way or another. All right, so going down into this a little bit deeper, and just looking at this right here. So that's Marcus Freeman, Notre Dame head coach. So you can, and this is something I experienced on the beta. Your coach is on the front menus like this. They didn't just like Photoshop that in. When you're going through the menus in a dynasty, your coach is right here. So it says, build your coach. At the heart of Dynasty Mode is your coach. Every decision, every upgrade, and every hire helps define your journey to the top of the college football world and the legacy you leave behind. Last year, we talked at length about what we learned from studying coaches in depth. No coach is great at everything, and there's no single path to becoming a great coach. That belief continues to shape our approach in College Football 26 and remains central to everything we've built. This year, we focused on deepening that experience, introducing more meaningful decision points, and further emphasizing that every decision matters. When starting your dynasty, just like last year, you'll choose between creating your own coach or stepping into the role of an existing one. This year, existing coaches are now authentic, real-life head coaches and coordinators. With more than 300 authentic coaches, each one comes equipped with their authentic playbook, scheme, play calling, tendencies, historical career stats, and archetypes, and abilities that reflect their coaching skill set. So right here in the video, you can see Lane Kiffin. He's listed as an A-plus head coach, a level 61 program builder, offensive scheme veer and shoot, defensive scheme 4-2-5 with the pipeline of Southern California, because of course that's where he's from and where he got his coordinator chops at USC under why can't I think of his name right now? Pete Carroll. Thank you. Throughout your dynasty, you will have the opportunity to compete against these authentic coaches in-game and on the recruiting trail. As described in the gameplay deep dive, when you play them on Saturdays, you can expect their play calling and tendencies to match their real-world counterpart, adding a new layer of immersion. Of course, you'll also have the opportunity to poach them and bring them onto your staff in the coaching carousel. If you choose to build your own coach, we've added new ways to customize your appearance, new gear options let you show off your drip and deck your coach out in everything from a hoodie and joggers to a quarter zip and jeans. If you're really feeling nicey, you can grace the sidelines with a sleeveless shirt and shorts that let everybody know you mean business. So if you look here, last year, okay, we only had two options as a coach. We had the polo and we had the pullover long sleeve one. Here you can see, I don't know how to make this any bigger on the screen, but you've got more than 16 options here, because you can see the bar goes down farther, and there's everything from sleeveless tank tops to jackets, the pullover, quarter zips, hoodies. You got a vest, sweater vest, suit and tie. You got the half hoodie. You got all kinds of options here. And from playing the beta, you have upper body and lower body. So this guy's got shorts on. You've also got khakis, jeans, all kinds of different options to customize your coach. Sorry, go ahead, Lichemax.
I was just gonna say, so like if you wanted to, you could be that weird coach who's on the sideline in suit and tie upper and just like jean short lower.
Hey, make it as crazy and wacky as you want to. Just maybe distract your opponent for a play or two when your coach comes on screen.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they gave us plenty of options. Unlike,
here's another one right here that you can see. It's like a jacket, like a light jacket with a hoodie underneath, and then some jeans right there. So it says we've also introduced coach demeanor and stance customization. Is your coach cool, calm, and collective, or are they a high-energy, emotionally charged leader that fires up the sideline? Your choice will influence how your coach stands and acts throughout the game, giving your coach persona even more personality on the field. So here in this menu, you can see, same as last year, they've got first name, last name, offensive and defensive playbooks, your alma mater, your pipeline. It's got the adaptive AI. It's got the no-huddle stance, offense and defense aggression. But then they've also got demeanor. This is going to affect how your coach acts on the sideline, his facial expressions and the animations you see with him interacting with the team. And then you've got his stance, which there's a bunch of different options for that. And that's just going to be like his demeanor, adding to his demeanor with his stance. Is he standing up straight? Is he got I think one was like the coaching play sheet, holding the play sheet. Another one is his hands on his knees, frustrated. It gives you a lot of options to customize your coach there. Any thoughts on that?
I mean, I like more customization. The one thing that did kind of annoy me in 25 is like there was only so many. There was only so many face scans. There was only so many outfits that you could do to where like you just ended up having a bunch of lookalike coaches when you were creating a custom coach. I like the fact that they have more customization, and it's going to lead to more unique looking coaches when it comes to dynasty play. It's a fantastic addition.
Yep, I agree completely. All right, so
I mean,
moving
granted, at
forward.
the end of
I'm
the
sorry.
day, when it comes to customization, that really doesn't really have a huge impact. So they really didn't have to change it. But I mean, that's just another benefit. That's another, I don't know what the word is. Uh, Another thing we can attribute to them listening to feedback and paying attention to small details.
And on the flip side, I just want to laugh a little bit right now. They've went through other deep dives, and I'll probably go through them. I don't think Lichemax that you're going to want to go through like the Road to Glory and the other deep dive that just came out. I'll go through them on separate videos. You can come on if you want to, but they listen to constructive criticism. I sort of went on a little bit of a rant in our last video about how the equipment bozos were like harassing developers and stuff on social media because they wanted to know if they implemented things like single leg sleeves and ski masks and stuff like that into the game. They gave zero time to any of that equipment stuff in any of the deep dives. And I'm willing to bet part of it was because of how y'all acted that they decided to leave it out. They'll give you the coach equipment, but that's what you get. So next time, act right. All right. So coach progression. From the beginning, our design intent for our RPG archetype-based abilities and progression system has been that no coach can be great at everything. How you build your coach and manage your staff matters. Your coordinators either complement your strengths or shore up your deficiencies. This intent still holds true in College Football 26, and we have continued to expand upon it. Last year, we saw players hitting the level cap too early, maxing out progression well before the later years of their dynasty, which was not what we intended. While we still believe you cannot be great at everything, your coaching journey should evolve over time with new decisions and challenges emerging each season. In College Football 26, the maximum coach level has been increased from 50 to 100. Additionally, we've completely rebalanced the amount of XP each goal earns to better reflect its frequency and difficulty. We've also introduced a new level progression curve designed to provide early momentum while creating a much longer tail of growth. You'll still see meaningful development in the early years, but reaching the top now requires sustained success across the full arc of your coaching career. Progression is heavily influenced by your active archetypes perk, and we've rebalanced all archetype perks to improve overall balance and create more distinct trade-offs. Among the three base archetypes, Recruiter, Motivator, and Tactician, Tactician now offers the highest XP ceiling, but only if you're consistently winning. It also carries the greatest downside if you're not. Conversely, Motivator and Recruiter will provide a more consistent gain, but a lower ceiling and maximum upside. The amount of XP from each archetype perk now scales by archetype tier. Elite archetypes, Elite Recruiter, Master Motivator, and Scheme Guru, offer double the amount of XP as the three base archetypes. Hybrid archetypes, Talent Developer, Strategist, and Architect, offer more than Elite archetypes, and Program Builder and CEO can offer upwards of 10 times more than XP than a base tier archetype. In order to quickly and efficiently scale your coach level and power, it is imperative that you invest in higher level archetypes and then focus on activating that perk as many times as you can. So what we can see here in the screenshot, it says it's got Kirby Smart, and his active archetype is CEO. So he gets a big game bonus, which says 12,500 bonus XP for playoff wins. Remember, your staff doesn't just help you with their abilities; their active archetype perks contribute to your XP growth as well. Anytime your team triggers one of your coordinators' perks, you share in the XP gains. Choosing the right coordinators can significantly increase your progression speed. As part of this perk rebalance, we've also updated several archetype perks. For example, Talent Developer now has the Draft Dividends perk, which awards 3,000 bonus XP when your players are drafted. The CEO archetype big game bonus now provides 12,500 bonus XP for each college football playoff win, as opposed to only national championship wins. Do you want to comment on there? Or do you want me to go through the rest of the coach stuff and then talk about it?
I mean, the one thing that I will say is I do like that they're trying to make it more attuned to how like real life, but in an RPG manner. Whereas to like now, like we can max out our coaches by like season 4, and this way it'll push out the top end of your coach to later down the line. I mean, you said in when you were playing the beta that you were in like what season 10 or so, and you still weren't maxed out, right?
Yeah, so I think it was, what was it? I think I got to, it was like around season 10. I just simmed year after year to see how long it would take me to get there. And it took me like 10 seasons to max out to 100.
Yeah, and that was on the fastest development, wasn't it?
I believe so. I can't
Right,
say
so-
for 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure.
So it's definitely going to put more of a importance on what you start your coach as. So it's going to be a lot harder to multi-class, for lack of a better term, to multi-class your coach into different aspects. So you're going to want to choose the tree that you want to be on for the majority of the life cycle of that league or that dynasty. So like for most people, I would imagine it's probably going to be recruiter, and then using the offensive coordinators to kind of balance that out.
Well, maybe, and I'm going to talk more about that. I'm going to go through the coach archetypes here, and then I'm going to sort of comment on the whole thing together.
Yeah, I mean that's my comment. Is you're essentially early on you're going to want to make sure you choose what you plan on sticking with throughout your coach's tenure in that dynasty.
100%, and I don't disagree with you, but I also have I'm torn on it, but I'll go over it because I think this is going to touch a little bit on it as well. So,
yeah,
while progression is the engine of your coaching journey, archetypes are the blueprint for how your coach grows and where your strengths lie. In College Football 26, we made a number of updates to how archetypes are unlocked, balanced, and expanded, all with the goal of making each coaching path more strategic and distinct. To start, the 3 base archetypes, recruiter, motivator, and tactician, now require a minimum coach level to unlock. This change, so what that means is that before, you could start as a recruiter, for example, and then literally the first 10 points you have, you could go and unlock motivator or tactician. This one, you have to, you get to start in whatever archetype you want, and you can spend points there, but you can't unlock a second archetype until your minimum level 10 coach. So this change encourages more focused investment early in your career, making that initial archetype choice even more meaningful. It's no longer a quick jump between archetypes. Instead, your coach will grow into their identity over time. This helps reinforce the rock, paper, scissors relationship, not just between archetypes, but also between you and your coordinators. Choosing a staff that complements or counters your strengths is more important than ever. We've also introduced scaling archetype costs. Each archetype you unlock becomes incrementally more expensive, encouraging more intentional choices as your coaching journey evolves. Archetypes that are closely related to your current specialization will cost significantly less than those that require you to learn a new skill set. For example, if you start as a recruiter, becoming an elite recruiter will be much cheaper than trying to learn a completely new skill set and become a motivator. Just like in real life, it's easier to grow within an existing area of expertise than to take on a new and unrelated skill set. Program builder and CEO archetypes are the exceptions. As broader leadership-focused archetypes rather than specific coaching disciplines, they are not impacted by scaling costs and remain more accessible once you meet their unlock requirements. It's always easier to learn a new skill set when you're working alongside someone who's already mastered it. That idea is reflected in the friends and family discount ability within the program builder archetype, which reduces the cost of unlocking archetypes already owned by another coach. Scaling archetype costs make it even more important that you surround yourself with the right people. The right staff doesn't just support your strategy on the field, it can shape the path of your growth off of it too. Every coaching decision you make matters. Alongside these structural changes, they've also rebalanced the abilities within each archetype This rebalance creates clear trade-offs between archetypes, further emphasizing the rock-paper-scissors relationship between coaching styles. In addition, we've adjusted the cost of abilities within each archetype tier to better reflect their impact and importance, encouraging more thoughtful progression as you build out your coach. We've also added new abilities across various archetypes, giving you even more ways to specialize and differentiate your coaching identity over time. So real quick, let's look at these images. So in the first one here, it shows Marcus Freeman as a tactician coach with elite, looks like elite recruiter and strategist unlocked as well. His current perk is that of the elite tier of tactician, Scheme Guru. No, it's not. I'm sorry. It's the tactician one, winner. So it's okay. So this is actually interesting. So his active perk is still tactician, even though he's unlocked strategist and elite recruiter. It did not change. Scheme Guru is not unlocked yet. So I'm curious why he has the tactician perk. Oh, wait a minute. I'm reading this wrong. My fault. I'm reading this wrong. Back up. His active perk is the winning together. That's the program builder. So the program builder one is 75 bonus XP when a school grade or prestige increases. Okay, this is showing the perk of the one he's highlighting. Okay, that makes more sense. What you can see here, though, it looks like he started in recruiter, and he's got elite recruiter. He's got program builder. But to unlock the Scheme Guru is 30. It costs 30. I think elite recruiter, I believe, if I remember right, cost him 20 because he started in recruiter. And if I understand this properly, if you were then to unlock motivator and then try to unlock master motivator, it would be 40 because it scales for each of the archetypes that you try to unlock. These two not counting.
Yeah.
So that's what it's talking about. So to unlock tactician, I believe it would have cost him 15 or 20 to unlock it. In this image, okay, yeah. So see here for him to unlock motive. Okay, so they actually increased it. So for him to unlock motivator, it would actually cost 60 points. So it's greatly discouraging going into all three base archetypes.
Right.
Because 60 is a huge cost.
Yeah, like right now in 25, you can go into 3 and not have any like detriment other than you might miss out on some of the higher tier abilities in some of the other archetypes. But it does make you an all around good a well-rounded coach. Whereas in 26, it's like you said, it's greatly discouraging you from trying to pick up all 3 and more or less incentivizing surrounding yourself with people who either like enhance what you do or can hide your deficiencies, like they said in the article. So I mean, I am not sure like how I feel about that, but I do understand the idea behind it. It does make sense at the end of the day, because normally like a coach wouldn't be like the best motivator, the best tactician, the best recruiter. Like most coaches, they surround themselves with a team that can do all of that. So like the coach, if the coach knows what he is, like say the coach is like more of a leader than he is somebody who can go out and recruit people, or someone who can like more of like the Dan Campbell, I guess would be a good example. He's more of a leader type. He's not like a strategist type. So he would would surround himself with like people who would be able to pick up the slack that he's lacking.
Right.
If that makes sense.
No, it does.
On Michigan, like Sharon Moore, he's a great strategist, and he's a decent recruiter, and he surrounds himself with people who are better at like pitching people to come and play, and better at creating like on point strategies, like Kelly and Martindale.
And real quick, just to go through here, this is kind of interesting here. So it's showing talent developer, and this is some of the rebalancing of abilities. So bonus XP for when players at that position get drafted. That was in motivator, I believe. In the last game, It's going to be in talent developer now. Tier 2 and 3 used to be Tier 3 and 4 in Talent Developer. And then this is a new one here. This one I think used to be an Elite Recruiter. Home Sweet Home boost a pipeline bonus for that position. So they've rebalanced Talent Developer to be better as well. And you can also see where those talents for Talent Developer used to cost 8 in CFB 25. They cost 12 each now in CFB 26. So to touch on some of the stuff, to go back and touch on it real quick. So I'm sorry, go ahead. Do you have something you want to say?
And they I was just going to talk about how they ruined Recruiter.
I don't think they ruined it.
They moved the how normally you would get like extra hours in the first like before you got Elite Recruiter, like the first tier of Recruiter, you would get extra recruiting hours. Yeah. Yeah, they moved that down to Elite Recruiter now.
Right. So
you
I
have
don't
to
think
go
they
through the
it.
first.
But I do think that they. So.
I mean, they definitely rebalanced it so it makes sense to stay in Recruiter.
Right, but what I'm seeing with, and I sort of seen it last year in Madden and EA. I'm sorry, college football with EA. And I'm seeing it in the way that they've changed the game and rebalanced the talents. They don't want cookie cutter builds. Now, this is something that I've seen repeatedly playing MMORPGs throughout the years. In my opinion, it's a losing battle because there's always going to be those people that find the min-maxiest builds. And no matter what you set the tiers up as. So if you're chasing the new cookie cutter, the new meta all the time, you're going to constantly be making changes that don't always make the game better by simply trying to eliminate a meta. There's always going to be a meta. There's always going to be cookie cutters. But if you look at what they're doing, and the reason I say this is with the coaching talents here and also with the player abilities, which we're going to go into deeper later, but just to touch on it, and I mentioned this to you on the phone when I was playing the beta. Last year, and for the last 3 or 4 years, 5 years, or maybe longer, in football games, in Madden and last year in college football, speed and acceleration was what everybody sought out on all the skill positions. Running back, wide receivers, corners, they wanted speed and acceleration. And it almost became like that's the only thing that mattered above everything else. So to counter that, they have de-emphasized speed and acceleration on high school recruits. They've increased the emphasis on development where they can grow into that. But what you'll see in CFB 26, and again, we're going to go into this deeper later, so I don't want to go too far into it right now. But you're going to see where last year the vast majority of speed and excel for your skill positions was around like 87 to 96 range. Now you're going to see a lot more in the high school recruits. You're going to see a lot more the 82, 83 to 89 range. Every now and then you'll see them go into like the low 90s. But the emphasis, they're de-emphasizing the importance of speed and excel across the board in recruiting. So what that ends up doing is at first glance, you're like, well, this sucks. But it really doesn't because everybody's under that same umbrella. So the people you're going against are going to have slower players. The people you have are going to have slower players. So you're not going to be able to lean on that speed and excel as a crutch or to be scared of that 99 overall speed receiver because it's going to be very rare. And it just rebalances the game. So they're doing the same thing here with coaching talents. The ones that I've noticed that were sort of staples last year were Always Be Recruiting in Tier 3 of Recruiter, and the what's it called? I can't think of the name of it. It was Tier 2 in Architect, Limitless, and so those they've moved. So Limitless is now Tier 4 in Architect, and Always Be Recruiting is Tier 4 in Elite Recruiter. They didn't, however, change the Tier 3 Motivator one that gives bonus on off-season XP. which is also one of the staples. So I'm not sure why they didn't make that change, but it seems like they're wanting to de-emphasize it. So they moved. So in order to get always be recruiting, you have to make a bigger investment into the elite, into recruiter and elite recruiter.
I mean,
in order to get limitless, you've got to make a bigger investment into architect and go deeper in the tree. So they're de-emphasizing it. So to your point of them ruining recruiting, I'm not sure that they ruined it. I feel like they de-emphasized always be recruiting to sort of bring it into more into an even playing field with motivator and tactician, but also to even the playing field on recruiting, especially in online dynasties where it was a race to get always be recruiting before the other people, because that would give you an advantage. Now everybody's going to be on the 50 hours max for a player until they get tier 4 elite recruiter, if they go that far. So the vast majority of users you're going to be competing against for recruits are only going to be on 50 hours. So they just de-emphasized that part of it. I'm sorry, that was a lot. Go ahead.
And they and it's well, I think what their idea was is they wanted you to pick a specialty and stick to it. As I think what the idea was, not necessarily to like break away from like the always be recruiting meta. I think it was more or less like, if you want to get those extra hours, you have to dedicate to this one specialty.
Right.
Rather than trying to spread your specialty around, you have to dedicate to being a recruiting coach. So if you want those extra hours, they're there, but you have to dedicate a lot of coach points into recruiter to get there. And I do like that. I am gonna miss being able to just pick up tier 3 and move on about like the coach build I was doing. But I mean, I understand where they're coming from. They want you to pick a specialty, they want you to stick to a specialty, and they want you to use your coordinators as essentially gap fills for where you lack. So if you're say you go into be a motivator specialty coach. So then what you want to look for is a tactician and a recruiter.
Maybe.
Or if you're a recruiting coach, you want to look for a motivator and a tactician, and same thing with tactician. You want a recruiter and a motivator.
Well, and I think they're also trying to emphasize CEO and program builder, because last year a lot of players in online dynasties and otherwise just chose to ignore program builder and CEO, because especially in online dynasties, when you're only going to get like 7 to 10 years out of an online dynasty, you're when you're only going to get a short number of years, having to win 5 playoff games and even more so win 2 natties to unlock those, a lot of players would just skip them. But also, it wasn't just that. That was only part of it. The investment to open them up and then spend the increased amount for the talents there, for the payoff that they gave you, compared to being able to go into all the other base archetypes and elite archetypes at a much lower cost, you just got more for your bang for your buck. So like if it took 25 points to open up program builder and then it was 12 points per talent, like there were like 4 talents I really like to get with my ideal build, but that's, 4 times 12 is 48 plus 25, that's 70 something. I don't know, do the math. It's that's a lot of point investment when you consider what you were getting for that point investment compared to that spending that same 70 whatever points in motivator or tactician or whatever. So now because they're making it scale for more expensive to go into the base archetypes, to branch out into other base archetypes, but CEO and program builder are exceptions and are not part of that scaling, they're incentivizing you to stick to one or maybe dip into a second or third archetype, but really they want you to branch from there into CEO or program builder. But to your point just now of the coordinators, in 25, after a lot of testing, and this wasn't just me, this is a lot of the content creators that did a ton of testing and on the message boards and stuff, it made more sense to focus you and your coordinators on what you were doing well, to do that at the highest level possible, better than other people, than to try to be a jack of all trades. This kind of changes that. So, for example, my preferred build in the online leagues, for example, was to go to tier 3 in recruiter, tier 1 in elite recruiter, tier 3 in motivator, 3 talent tiers into tactician just to unlock architect, and then get limitless. And what I would want to complement that in the online leagues was, if the coordinator didn't have architect, then just straight up recruiter and motivator, to double down and triple down on what I already had. Now that might be different, because part of the reason that I wanted those recruiters was because my recruiters having always be recruiting, my coordinator, having always be recruiting, could increase my hours from 65 to 70, 75, or even 80 hours. Now, even if I go so let's say, for example, that I go with a build where I go all in on recruiter and then trying to open up program builder and CEO, I'm going to probably want, or even if I go recruiter, motivator dip, and talent developer or something, to go all in on recruiting, I'm probably going to want coordinators that have tactician with either motivator or recruiter, if for no other reason than, well, for two main reasons. One, always be recruiting is probably not going to be attainable to most coordinators. But two, because when they have their goals with their perks, when they trigger their bonus XP for stuff, that's going to give me XP as well. And if tactician has the highest ceiling for wins, then I want my coordinators to have tactician, so that I'm getting extra bonus XP for wins, and I'm not having to invest myself into that. Or vice versa. If you go full in on tactician, you probably want to complement yourself with what you don't have with your coordinators. Whereas last year it was the opposite. Now, I'm not saying that it's a bad strategy to still go all in the same. Like, you want to go your coordinators, same. You're doubling, tripling down on your archetype perks. That's still a viable strategy, but it's not head and shoulders better than going complementary with what you don't.
Right.
All right. Anything else to add to that before I move on?
No, we can move on to the next section.
All right. This is going to touch on the coaching carousel. Now, I will say I have heard conflicting reports. When I tested the beta, coaching carousel was completely untouched, outside of maybe better logic for the jobs that you were offered, but the system itself was pretty much untouched. And that was disappointing to me, because for any of the players that remember NCAA 14, the coaching carousel in that game was a really fun experience, the way that they did it. I'm not going to go through all the details on that. If you want to, after you get done with this video, go look up videos of people on NCAA 14 coach carousel. It was really fun to be a part of that and watch it. So, but then I've heard other people mention that it's been completely revamped. So I don't know what to expect here, because it may have just been the beta was on an old build. But this is what it says about the coaching carousel on the campus huddle. We introduced the foundation of the carousel last year, and in College Football 26, we've added more polish, feedback, and quality of life improvements to make it easier to track movement and make smarter staff decisions. You'll now receive notifications when your coordinators accept or decline offers, as well as alerts when one is poached for a new opportunity. Whether they're leaving for a promotion or jumping ship unexpectedly, you'll stay informed and ready to react. I love this, because I was the guy that when I would notice, I would have to check manage staff every phase of the bowl season to see if I needed to rehire or hire new coordinators. And then I would go to the staff movement tab and try to figure out where my guys went. And I couldn't always remember my coordinators' names because I have a bad memory. But I like this. With coordinators playing such a pivotal role in your team's performance and your coach's overall development, we've added 3 new program builder abilities that give you more control over the hiring and retention process. So these are talents in the program builder archetype. Forever home, your coordinators are less likely to leave for another job. Deal sweetener, your coordinators are more likely to accept coordinators are more likely to accept your job offer. Cream of the crop, increases the caliber of coordinators available for you to hire. We've also rebalanced offer logic so that head coaches at top tier programs now receive better and more consistent job opportunities when the carousel spins. If you've earned your spot among the elite, the market will better reflect it. Finally, with the staff move screen, you can now view each coach's previous role and school, their new role and destination, and the reason for the job change. Whether they were promoted, fired, or simply found a better fit, you'll have more context for each coaching movement. I do too. So to look at this real quick on the screenshot, let me zoom in a little bit. So it's interesting here because the coaches that it has that have moved. So let's take just for fun here. Dabo Sweeney, national championship winning head coach, goes to Alabama, which was funny because he was one of the guys that was talked about after Saban retired before they hired DeBoer. Jim Mora went from being a head coach at Utah to head coach at UConn. I don't know if that's an upgrade. And under reason for both of them, he just wanted
to stick with the youth school. That was all.
Let's see, what other names do I recognize? Brett Bielema, Illinois head coach, went to Washington. That would be an upgrade. Let's see. I don't know all the coaches. So Greg Schiano went from Rutgers to Syracuse. That's kind of a lateral move, maybe. Martin. Why do I not that? Okay, I don't know. So this one's interesting. So Golesh goes from head coach of USF goes to the NFL. So I'm curious about this. If Golesh, or let's say like another real coach, goes to the NFL, right? Are they just gone out of the game for the rest of that dynasty, or do they come back eventually? Because we see it all the time. Nick Saban went to the NFL, came back to college, and became a legendary college coach. Matt Rule did the same thing. Jim Harbaugh did the same thing. Went from college to the NFL and came back. So,
and then left again.
Right. So, like in here, if Golesh is going to the NFL, I wonder if at some point he becomes available again in the coaching search for a team. Kyle Whittingham got hired to. Oh, I don't know if that's Kyle. Kay Whittingham got hired to Utah, and he was not a previous coach. Or no, sorry, he retired. Excuse me. He was the Utah. How was he the Utah head coach when? Wait a minute. Oh no, okay. No, Mora went from UConn to Utah. Okay. I read that wrong earlier. I said he went from Utah to UConn. He went from UConn to Utah. So he was replacing Whittingham, who retired. And then Jones went from Arkansas State to Purdue from head coach to OC at Purdue.
I feel like
and it shows here that Whittingham retired, and then Hugh Freeze at Auburn got fired, and then became the head coach at Troy. That's interesting. I like that.
I like the fact that it tells you where they came from, where they went, and why. I feel like that was something that was desperately missing from 25. Really, I'm glad they added that in because that's gonna make it a little easier to know what you what happened to your coach. And I am curious, so I am curious with you that and wondering if a coach leaves and goes to the NFL, if they eventually will come back as well. That's something we're definitely gonna have to test out when the game launches.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the overall, like I said, the coaching carousel, I'm torn on it because okay, they made improvements. The improvements to the notifications, it's great. The new talents here, that's great. The information it gives you on staff moves, that's great. But if that's all they did, I still feel a little bit let down that they didn't do more. I feel like they could have done more, but you know what? Maybe this just wasn't the year for them to focus on it, and I get that.
Right. I mean, you also got to remember they added in a lot of features into this year's game.
Right.
Like a lot of new features, a lot of reworked features, a lot of new mechanics, a lot of reworked mechanics. They had a lot on their plate coming into this game to try to put more of a polish on the game to give us a better experience.
Next year, if you focus more on the coaching aspect, I got two requests. Coach mode, as I said earlier, coach mode in Dynasty. Let me have a coach mode online Dynasty League. I would love that. But also, here's an idea. Let me go from road to glory as a player, and if I don't want to import or export my player to the NFL, let me become a coach in a Dynasty mode. Let me
That would be cool.
And I'll get into this on when I do my video breaking down the Road to Glory deep dive. But let us have an online Road to Glory Dynasty, or online Road to Glory league.
That would be cool.
Why can't me and Lichemax and 6 of our other friends all do an online Road to Glory thing together
on the same team?
No, not on the same team. I'm saying separate team or on the same team. Doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
If we get recruited to the same team, that's fine. But why can't we do it at the same time?
Yeah, I think that like if they do that, I think that would be a amazing addition to next year's game if they do that. But I mean, if they're only going to focus on one aspect each year, then after they do the coaching year, then they definitely should do the player year for 28.
Right. Yeah,
And
I agree.
and make Road to Glory online capable, so we can do like an online Road to Glory.
Right. No, I agree. I agree with it. All right, so the next part here, filling out the trophy room. And this is something that they brought back. I did hear one content creator jokingly refer to this as less of a trophy room, more of a trophy memorial, because unlike the old NCAA games, you don't have an actual room with like a thing with your trophies on it and stuff. This is more just like a display of your trophy.
We could
it's almost like an achievement board.
I don't think we have to read through this. I think we can pretty much overview this portion because it's not really any mechanics that they added in. It's more or less just it's area it stores your trophies that you earn both through Dynasty and through like online play. So if you're playing Road to the college football playoffs and you win bowl games, you win the Natty, it'll store those trophies in this same room.
Yeah, so I mean, a couple things with it, like I do like about it. First of all, it's across the entire game in all game modes. So Road to Glory Dynasty mode, online. I don't know if Ultimate Team has trophies. I don't know, but all of your trophies are here, and it's not just it's natties and conference championships, but it's also individual player awards. It's rivalry trophies. It's everything combined, and that where you can see it all in one place. Or you can sparse it out if you just want to look at your Dynasty or Road to Glory trophies as well. I do like here that it does say that there's more than 160 Rivalry Bowl and individual award trophies to collect. So again, it's almost like an achievement, like almost like a retro style achievement board. But I do like it, and it's fun. It's something that people wanted. Yeah. There were times that I run 5 dynasties right now. And there's been times where I thought, you know what, it'd be cool at the end of this game to go back and be able to reflect with the other players on what all we've won and when we won it. So, and I do like, if you look here, it gives you, it doesn't just say you won this trophy. It shows the mode, it shows the team or the player, it shows the team you played against, the game score, it shows the year. So I do like how they set it up. My only criticism is that it's a memorial. It's not really a trophy room.
Yeah, and the one thing that I wanted too with the trophy room is I want to see how many times a specific player won a trophy. So like for example, in the current league that I play, the current dynasty I play in, I got a 2-time All-Star quarterback who's won Offensive Player of the Year and Quarterback of the Year. But like later on, like before he leaves, I wanted to go back through and see how many times he's won each trophy. I mean, I don't remember exactly how many times he made the All-Star team, but I know at least it was 2 times.
Yeah, and I do believe it shows the National and Conference All-Americans trophies as well.
Yeah, so like I mean that's one good that's one thing that I do like about the addition of the trophy room is it's going to make it a lot easier. Like especially if I like to type up little advertisements for like the big playoff games or rivalry games or championship games. I like to do like a promotion for them, so I like to know what the stats of the teams involved are. And this trophy room is going to make it a little bit easier to figure out what all trophies my players or my team has won.
Yeah, and to be honest, I'm not sure exactly how, but I do believe there is a way, for example, for you to see my trophy room, and me to see yours. I don't know
Right.
exactly how, but I have heard it mentioned somewhere that that is the case. So I do hope so.
Yeah,
All right,
I hope
so
so as well.
building your program, talent acquisition and roster management remain at the forefront of college football. How you approach building and keeping your roster has never been more important. The transfer portal continues to grow and evolve, becoming an even bigger force in shaping programs across the country. Whether you're reloading through high school recruiting or retooling through the portal, your success depends on how well you execute your strategy and continue to evolve with players' ever-changing expectations. In College Football 26, we still have the same core goals in mind: making recruiting feel personal, differentiating players and regions, and making the portal even more authentically unpredictable, from the way prospects evaluate schools to how expectations evolve over time. Building your program now means more than just landing talent. It's about understanding it, developing it, and keeping it. Some schools see a mass exodus with the transfer portal. Others stay almost completely untouched. That's the unpredictability of the modern transfer portal. In College Football 26, we push to fully capture the essence and chaos that defines this era of roster movement. College Football 25 laid the groundwork, but this year we wanted the portal to feel authentically unpredictable, forcing tough decisions around team retention, roster construction, and win now urgency. Now you can expect to see a consistent pool of around 2,000 players entering the portal. So this is really good because in 25, if you got deep into dynasties, once you get to about like season 6, 7, and beyond, you started seeing in the portals, you'd start to see only 4 or 5 4-stars options for you. Very rarely
Yeah.
would you see a 5-star, and it was a lot of 2 and 3 stars. And because of another change that we're going to get to in a minute that they made in 25, a lot of people, the transfer portal wasn't worth it because you missed out on XP. But as part of this rebalance, we've also changed how we assign star ratings to transfer prospects. In College Football 25, players were assigned their star rating based on their overall. Now, star rating is more heavily influenced by a player's position and class year. For example, an 85 overall freshman quarterback will be scored higher than an 85 overall senior guard. The transfer portal isn't just a mechanic, it's a philosophical choice. Do you build for the future with high school talent or lean into immediate impact veterans from the portal? It's a real-world debate playing out across college football. Programs like Colorado have leaned heavily on the portal, flipping their rosters in a single offseason. Meanwhile, schools like Clemson have committed to developing high school talent through long-term investment. In College Football 26, both paths are viable, and each one comes with distinct trade-offs. This also applies to retaining your own roster. Managing player expectations is just as important as recruiting new talent. In today's game, players want more playing time, more exposure, more alignment with their goals, and sometimes those expectations change over time. Real quick, this is interesting because I'm going to do some testing on this. So, they mentioned Colorado. There was another coach, I can't remember. I want to say he was coached at somewhere like Louisville or something like that, who effectively said, why would I recruit high school players to come to my school for me to teach them and train them and get them ready to play college ball just for them to go to another team with what I've taught them? And he almost exclusively recruits through the portal. But then, like this said, there's other teams like Clemson, where Dabo Swinney is very anti-portal, anti-transfer. He's even anti-recruiting as far as that if a recruit verbally commits to the team, that recruit's not allowed to take other official visits to other schools. If they do, Clemson rescinds the offer. They don't have a lot of people, but the flip side is they don't have a lot of players transfer out. So
Right.
in 25, you had to recruit high school because the transfer portal was there, but it wasn't robust
Great.
enough to be able to heavily recruit or even fully recruit or even majority recruit from the portal. So I'm going to test to see if you can do that.
Like in 25, you mainly use the transfer portal to fill in gaps you couldn't pick up from the recruiting trail. So, or so say you weren't able to pick up like a running back, and you really needed a running back because your top running back's leaving. You'd hit the portal, pick up a running back, for example.
And it's really interesting here, the players that they have pictured in this that have hit the portal in the dynasty they ran to get the screenshot from. Just going to name off the players. Jeremiah Smith from Ohio State, Dylan Stewart from South Carolina, Arch Manning from Texas. I don't know who Falk is from Auburn. I don't know Auburn's roster.
Not important.
Cornerback Moore from Notre Dame, Simmons from Texas, DJ Lagway from Florida, Seaton from Colorado, Brown from Louisville, and looks like Bolden, the safety from Georgia. Those are high-profile players, almost all of them.
And you know what is funny about Lagway specifically? So I don't know if you had this happen, but like in the two, actually in the three dynasties that we had running on my side of the Xbox side of the CFP dynasties in 25, every single one of those, Lagway always transferred.
He didn't transfer every time in mine, but I will give a shout out to my boy 3M Maze Madman. Check me out on Monday nights on the Maze Madman channel on YouTube. He's in some of my leagues, and in one of them, he actually ended up winning the Natty with this team. I think it was after Lagway left, but he somehow got DJ Lagway to transfer from Florida to Arkansas State. Not sure how, but he did it. But to be fair, I've also seen other things like that. Like I got Nick Harbor at Liberty one time, and I got Jeremiah Smith at Florida State, and I got like just different things like that. I think I got Nick Harbor one time in an offline dynasty to come to Central Michigan.
In the main one, Lagway went from Florida over to Oklahoma, and then in the first league where the commissioner messed up, Lagway went to Troy.
You know what? That is funny though, because I did have an offline dynasty that I played where I was playing as Michigan, and when we went to I think I scheduled another home and home with Oklahoma, and when we played Oklahoma in 25 and 26, DJ Lagway was the quarterback of Oklahoma.
Yeah,
but
it's just funny.
So continuing with this, deal breakers. At the heart of the transfer portal is a simple truth. Every player has expectations, and when those expectations aren't met, they may decide to leave. Some players may have expectations you don't agree with or even find unreasonable, but that doesn't change the reality of college football today. In College Football 26, every player now has a deal breaker, giving each one a clearly defined expectation and a chance to enter the portal if that expectation isn't met. Additionally, conference prestige has been added as a deal breaker, reflecting the mindset of players who value competing in the best conferences against the toughest competition. We've also refined how the playing time deal breaker works. So real quick, all right, so this is going to be very in-depth, so I'm going to stop when I have a point to make because this is going to be a lot of stuff. So this part right here, playing time can be their deal breaker. Even if it's not their deal breaker, it still matters to them. So a player with playing time as their deal breaker is more likely to transfer because of this. But every player, if playing time is not a deal breaker, has a secondary hidden deal breaker of playing time just to a lesser extent. It's kind of like major versus minor deal breakers. Right. Every player's minor deal breaker is playing time unless it's their primary. This is going to change a whole lot. And depending on how deep they went with this, because it goes on here, it might touch on it here in a second, but the higher the prospect's star rating when you recruit them, the more they're going to care about playing time. And they've changed it where in the previous year, playing time deal breaker was literally all it was it looked at their depth chart position. So that got some wonky stuff because sometimes you'd have a guy that was like your second or third string at a position, but you put him at depth chart position 1, but he was like the second or third highest overall at that position. And you'd literally be starting for you, and it would show him as at risk to transfer because of playing time. They've retooled that so it either doesn't care about depth chart overall, or it's lessened how much that matters. And what matters more is snap count. So literally,
I was going to say they actually.
Players, so this is another. I'm sorry.
I've seen on the playing time deal breaker. I've heard other people talk about it, and the way that I understand it, that's been explained is that deal breaker, even the secondary deal breaker, literally deals with it's strictly snap count. They don't it doesn't look to the depth chart as much. Like it still has like a small impact, but the biggest impact is snap count. So it's going to put an emphasis on rotating your players.
Well, not just rotating though. Remember earlier I referenced using your depth chart correctly. So
Yeah.
and you and I have talked about how I use depth chart, for example, with the running back position extensively,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, you do the Michigan rotate.
Well, I depending on what I have at running back, I'll rotate 4 to 5 guys through running back, fullback, power back,
Pause.
third down back, and even slot receiver, depending on on their abilities. But this is also going to matter as far as snap count, with not only with rotation, but snaps on special team. So, like, if you figure out like what positions on the depth chart you put players at, and they get put in on special teams. So, for example, the gunner position on field goal kicks and on kickoffs is your number 4. On the left side, it's your number 4 cornerback. I forget what it is on the right side. For example, getting players in there for kick return. If you've got a guy at running back or wide receiver that is buried on the depth chart, but you put him in as one of your top 2 kick returners or punt returners, which can be different. So if you've got more than 2, you can set 2 of them for punt returns, 2 of them for kick returns. Those count as snaps. So like,
Yeah.
again, this encourages real life depth chart management and rotations, and it's going to help with wear and tear. So I love how it all works together. So he goes on to say, we've also refined how the playing time deal breaker works to better reflect the realities of roster management. In college football, 25 players with the playing time deal breaker evaluated the projected depth chart position over the next 4 years. This helped simulate situations where a returning starter could see a highly rated freshman coming in and anticipate losing their job. But it missed an important piece. Cases where a lower rated player was actually logging significant snaps. Even if that player was contributing week after week, the system still saw them as buried on the depth chart based purely on overall rating. In college football 26, playing time now factors in snaps played, ensuring that players are actually seeing the playing field, ensuring that players who are actually seeing the playing field properly feel properly valued, regardless of where they sit on the depth chart. Even if playing time isn't a player's official deal breaker, it can still be a deciding factor in whether or not they stay. This is especially true for former 5-star recruits, high-rated backups, and most notably quarterbacks. So the reason I mentioned this a second ago, and stopping here, is, well, here, let me read this part, and then I'll mention this. So we've seen it play out before. In 2016, Alabama's quarterback, talking about Jalen Hurts, led the team to the national championship game as a true freshman. In 2017, he returned and once again helped Alabama reach the title game, but he was benched at halftime in that game. The following season, he lost the starting job, only to later lead a dramatic comeback in the SEC championship game. While his initial motivations were centered around competing for championships in the best conference, his priorities eventually shifted. Entering his final season of eligibility, playing time became top of mind, and he transferred to Oklahoma, where he put together a Heisman-caliber season. In college football 26, that same logic now applies. 5-star prospects, highly rated players, and quarterbacks will evaluate playing time even if it isn't their listed deal breaker. If they're not getting on the field or they see a log jam ahead, they may decide it's time to leave. This helps prevent stockpiling talent in a way that doesn't reflect real-world behavior and makes roster management feel more dynamic and authentic. 3M, I'm calling you out. In that same dynasty where he has Arkansas State, I one time had to ask him why he had 13 quarterbacks on his team at the same time. And his response was he recruits them to keep them away from other players. You can't do that anymore. But
I feel him on that one. I do that with running backs.
But to this point, 2 things here. One, it's going to touch on this more in a second, but what it's talking about with Jalen Hurts is dynamic deal breakers. Their deal breakers can change, okay? Their deal breaker, they might come in, especially, let's say you're at a small school, and you recruit a guy, and his main focus is proximity to home. But then you develop him, and in year 2 he has a breakout season, or in year 3 he has a breakout season statistically, winning conference or maybe even national All-American honors. His deal breaker could then change to championship contender, which might lead to him leaving your school for a bigger school. And this does happen in real life. So that's what they're talking about right here with the dynamic deal breakers. But this part and this part, this is something, and this isn't mentioned here, but this is something I'm curious about because, again, it's promoting realism. So you'll often see even the highest level programs will recruit 3-star second players at the same position that are 3 stars or sometimes worse. But and the fans can't seem to grasp this. I say this as a Michigan podcaster who we've done shows and had even podcasters not understand this, let alone the viewers and fans. So I'll give an 2 examples using Michigan as an example right here. Last year we got Bryce Underwood. Okay. When we got Bryce Underwood, Carter Smith decommitted and committed to another school because he saw the writing on the wall that he was likely not going to start outside of an injury happening over Bryce Underwood. Brady Hart decommitted and transferred or committed to Texas A&M because he had a better chance to start. On top of that, because of Bryce Underwood, we had a hard time getting transfer quarterbacks to come in. Miller Moss, who when he said he was entering the transfer portal in the season, mentioned Michigan as one of his top targets, chose instead to go to Louisville because he felt like he would not have as good of a chance to start over Bryce Underwood. So what did Michigan do? Because they still need to fill out their room and build for the future so they don't end up with a 2 or 3 quarterback room in future years.
So we don't end up with what we had in 24.
Right. So they went out and got 3-star or 3-star and sort of a troll job in getting Chase Herbstreit as a quarterback. Listen, all respect to Chase Herbstreit. I don't think he's a bad quarterback. I've watched his tape. He's not a 5-star. He's a 3-star. And he's the son of Ohio State legend and ESPN legendary commentator Kirk Herbstreit. So that's where the troll job comes in, that they got the son of one of Ohio State's favorite sons to commit to Michigan. But one of the reasons they got him was because they had a 5-star and they needed depth. Somebody that they believed had enough talent to play if they needed him, but understood that he was coming in to be depth and be a backup. A 3-star quarterback in the game is less likely to transfer because of playing time, where it says 5-star recruits, high-rated backups, and most notably quarterbacks, all are going to care about snap count more than others. So in another example of what we just had happen, we're pursuing. It's not a rant. Shut up. We're pursuing Savion Hyder. At one point, we were pursuing Savion Hyder and Javian Osborne. Both of them at one point last year said that they were okay with us with the idea of bringing both of them in and being a 2-headed running back monster in the same class. Now, for Javian Osborne, that ended up not being the case, where he committed to Notre Dame largely because they made him their number 1 running back target. We made it clear that Savion was our number 1 target, and that's why one of the main reasons why Javion didn't commit to Michigan. We went out almost as an afterthought. We got a commitment. I want to say it was a week or 2 ago from Jonathan Brown, a very skilled running back in his own right. I think his name is Jonathan Brown. But he's a 3-star running back, and it was knowing that we were trying to bring in Savion Hyder. It was hard to get some of these higher rated running backs to want to come in the same class as him. Like we pursued Amari Latimer. I think he ended up going to Wisconsin. My point here is that this could change recruiting in dynasties, where if you need 2 quarterbacks, you might target a 3-star instead of a 4-star or 5-star, because you know that if you bring in 2 4-stars or a 5-star and a 4-star or whatever, it's more likely that one of them will end up transferring anyway, whereas a 3-star might not transfer.
So to summarize that rant, essentially the game is discouraging the hoarding of talent and promoting the use of depth when it comes to your positions.
Well, yeah, and it could have a secondary effect of, you hear people complain all the time, even in my leagues. I would venture to say I'm one of the better recruiters in the game in my leagues. I have had a top 2 recruiting class literally all but one season in every league, including with our G5 teams. And some seasons I'll bring in 10, 13, 15, 17 5-star players. Well, this is the new recruiting in 26 is harder. It's much harder.
Oh yeah, it's much more involved.
Just recruiting alone, but also it's going to be harder keeping them. So if I'm not targeting as many 4 and 5 stars, and I'm instead targeting some 3 stars with the intention of them being depth players that hopefully won't transfer out, it's going to bring down it's going to bring the top recruiters, as far as trying to get those top 5 recruiting classes. It's going to bring the top end of those recruiting classes down closer to the middle, and make it put more parity in recruiting class rankings.
It's going to put more competitive into getting to that top 5 position in recruiting class.
I should have continued here. I thought that was the end of the little segment here. 3M, pay attention. This also prevents your friend in your online dynasty from being a cheese artist and redshirting every player on the roster, even when a guy is a borderline starter. Now redshirting comes with a risk. Do you want to redshirt a player and limit his playing time at the risk of him leaving in the offseason due to a lack of playing time? All right.
So I mean that adds an extra level of depth too, because like if you're recruiting a 5-star but you already have a star quarterback at starting, and you recruit a 5-star with the intention of benching him for the first year, it's definitely going to put up more of a risk on, are they going to stay or are they going to leave? Because
and I like this because in the old NCAA games, that you could make promises to a recruit, right? Sometimes they would want you to make certain promises to commit to them, and one of them was that you would not redshirt them. There's no limit here, so the way I did it was I would redshirt any player that wasn't the starter or backup, and second string backup, at a position. But now, if I bring a guy in and he's a borderline starter, but I've just got a loaded room, like if I bring in a running back that comes in as a 79 overall and he's third string before where I would have redshirted him, I might not, and I might want him to be in rotation because otherwise he's more likely to transfer.
Right, yeah. I mean, and that's going to add more another level of depth to it, because you can no longer, like it said, can you hoard talent on one team?
And well, that said, I've never done that. 3M with 15 quarterbacks and 12 running backs on the same freaking team.
Yeah, or in my league, Notre Dame, with half the team being extremely highly rated players.
I mean, I do that too, but
now you're going to actually have to plan out your recruiting, not just
absolutely. I can see myself intentionally going after 3 stars now.
Yeah.
For depth. It's going to make it harder.
And I mean, sometimes those 3 stars can be your best players. For example, look at the 2023 National Championship Michigan team with Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant on the defensive tackle. Those were both originally 3-star recruits, were they not?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Mason Graham, Colston Loveland, I think they were 3 stars until late in the recruiting cycle. Then they eventually got 4 stars, but they were 3 stars when they committed to Michigan. Kenneth Grant was a high 3-star. And there's a lot of guys like that that fit that bill with Michigan. So
yeah. So you can don't sleep on the 3 stars. They could end up becoming your best
and
players.
Hunting for 3-star gems is going to be even more important now.
Yeah, because you can't just now rather than like how it is currently, you could just load up a bunch of 5 and 4 stars and completely ignore 3 stars when you're a big program, and you'd be fine. Now you're going to have to pick your starting targets and then fill up the rest with your depth players.
See, I like where they're going with this. I do worry that they're sort of stretching resources a little thin. So if they're making it more important to scout, especially like, the thing we talked about, like lowering the high end stats of the high school recruits and making the ones that have, for example, 90 plus speed and excel much more rare. They're emphasizing recruiting, or not recruiting, but scouting. I feel like, in my opinion, they may want to consider setting up a secondary resource aside from ours just for scouting, like scouting points or specifically scouting hours. That's a separate pool from your normal hours for recruiting. Like have recruiting hours and scouting hours. Because one of the other things that nobody does is scout after the preseason, because you want to use all of your hours for recruiting and not scouting during the season. If you separated them, like let's say, and I'm not saying do not reduce the recruiting hours to do this. Okay. I'm not advocating cut recruiting hours in half and make 1,000 recruiting hours into 500 recruiting hours and 500 scouting hours. What I'm saying is, if a school has 1,000 recruiting hours, they keep their 1,000 recruiting hours for recruiting and give them, every week 300 hours for scouting. Because then what you're opening up for is, even though I've got my board set and I'm going through the week's recruiting, I can also continuously scout out more high school recruits and prospects, trying to find those 3-star gems and the ones that have generational stats and stuff like that. And in real life, again, being more realistic, there is a difference between a recruiting analyst or a recruiting staff member and a scout or the scouting department.
And actually, I do actually have an idea to where they wouldn't even have to add in another resource. So in the preseason, in between the end of the transfer portal phase and the week 0, they could just allow you to scout in that gap.
I mean, yeah, but I'm saying I want a separate pool so that I can I can continue scouting throughout the season.
Yeah, no, yeah, I understand. I'm with you on that one as well. But like, if they wanted to make a minor change, that could be a minor change. Just add in the ability to scout, but not offer in the preseason in between the end of transfer portal and the start of week 0.
And by the way, in the very slight chance that there's an EA dev still watching this video, if they watched it at all to begin with, why can a commit to my school if I've recruited them but not offered them a scholarship? I one time tried to scout guys out and sort of put recruiting hours into them without offering them scholarships. That way, if I needed to offer them a scholarship later, I could. And what ended up happening is 7 of my scholarship spots were taken up by players that committed that I didn't even offer scholarships to. And I couldn't remove them off the board. Fix that, EA. All right, let's move on.
They really wanted to go to your school. That's all. Okay. That's all it was.
Look, let them get all the way up to the point where they would commit, but they should not be able to take a scholarship spot if I have not offered the scholarship. It literally said verbally committed to Michigan, and the symbol that shows that you offered them a scholarship was not there, and I could not remove them from the board. I could not rescind their scholarship. It was stupid. Anyway, evolving expectations. So I sort of touched on this, but here it goes a little more in depth. In College Football 25, all deal breakers have a fixed grade requirement of B-. This is in 25. And that threshold never changed regardless of how good a player was. In College Football 26, we now have dynamic deal breakers, a system that actively reflects a player's evolving and changing expectations over time. As players become more talented and productive, their expectations grow alongside them. This makes it more difficult at some schools to meet those rising demands and often results in players organically transferring as their goals outgrow their current situation. A school that once felt like a great fit may suddenly feel mid. It's the big fish in a small pond effect that we see so often in real life. Breakout stars at smaller programs who transfer to larger schools seeking a bigger stage. With dynamic deal breakers, the required grade now scales based on a player's overall rating, a high school star rating, or transfer portal star rating. So to read that again, the required grade for their deal breaker scales based on their player's overall rating, high school star rating, and transfer portal star rating. The better the player, the higher the expectations. So it's not always just going to be a B minus. It might start as a C minus, and then it can go up. They could keep the same deal breaker, but it could go up to a B minus or a B plus, or vice versa. So, right.
Yeah.
So
it's something you have to keep conscious of as you're playing through the dynasty, of making sure that you're keeping your school's grades high enough to keep the player that you want to hang on to. So if you have a quarterback who requires, like, let's say, like coach prestige at an A plus, then you have to make sure you keep your coach prestige up. Otherwise, he could be at risk of transferring.
right.
You could lose your best quarterback because you weren't paying attention.
Exactly. So, all right. So we saw this most recently with Tennessee. I can't believe they use this as an example. With Tennessee's quarterback, who as a freshman led the team to the college football playoff in a breakout season. As he grew into a bigger name in the sport, so did his expectations, particularly around his brand deal breaker, which increased significantly the following year. With his rising profile, he expected more, especially in the NIL space. Tennessee ultimately chose not to meet those expectations, and he decided to transfer to UCLA as a result. This is just one of many stories we've seen in today's college football landscapes, where players' priorities evolve naturally over time and decisions to enter the transfer portal stem from more than just playing time or fit. College Football 26 now reflects this behavior, creating a world that feels organic, reactive, and alive. This is actually a really bad example because in the game, if Nico's deal breaker changed to one that Tennessee couldn't meet, which is unlikely in the game, the team doesn't choose whether or not to meet it. They just do or they don't. Also,
Yeah.
he wanted more money and handled it so poorly that he transferred to UCLA to make less money than he was making already at Tennessee. So it's a bad example, but it's funny.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Which you don't see too often happen in the college sphere, but I mean when it does happen, it's funny to hear about, especially if it's not your team.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
All right, what's this next section?
Give me 1 second. Someone's asking for a reason.
Alrighty. Then while you do that, yeah, I mean, they've definitely increased the amount of depth that goes into recruiting. It's no longer set and forget. Semi set and forget like it was in 25, where you could set up your recruiting and only check back in to see if they're ready for the hard sell, and then just adjust the hours and continue on. You actually have to sift through to see if anyone's deal breakers has changed, to see if see what's going on. And you got to do that also while you're moving on throughout the season. So I mean, like once you recruited somebody, the recruiting doesn't stop there. It continues as the season progresses. So you got to keep an eye on your players throughout the entire season to make sure you're meeting their expectations.
And so just to sort of illustrate here, they've got a picture of Oregon wide receiver Decorian Moore. As a freshman, how is he an 85 overall as a freshman? Shut up. That's wait a minute. I mean, that's not real. That's not real. This might be
mid-season.
Maybe it could. I don't know. Anyway, Decorian Moore in year one, his deal breaker playing time Oregon needed a B plus to meet his deal breaker, right? They have an A plus. In year two, and you can see it's year two because he was an 85 overall here. In year two, he's a sophomore and he's a 91 overall. His deal breaker minimum rose from B plus to A minus. All right.
So that's something to keep an eye on as you progress through the seasons. You gotta check those deal breakers to make sure you're still meeting those expectations. And if you're not, you gotta see what you gotta do to meet those expectations so you don't lose your best players.
Absolutely. So it says how you build your coach and staff can significantly impact your ability to manage evolving player expectations and retain your roster. To help with the evolving player expectations, you can purchase the Lower the Bar ability in the Strategist archetype archetype. That's the one that's the recruiter and tactician hybrid.
Yep.
This lowers the grade, which was completely useless last season or last.
Oh
year.
yeah, for sure. Like it was like you just ignored that thing's existence.
This lowers the grade threshold required to meet a player's deal breaker up to a maximum of a full letter grade. So you can they literally have a talent that lowers your player's minimum requirement for deal breakers. That's potentially huge.
Oh, absolutely. I just love the optics of it, of like picking that up and essentially your coach walking up to the player and going, "Hey, your expectations are too high. I'm gonna need you to lower those real quick."
I mean, it's more likely that the coach is such a big influence that he's like, "Hey, cool it a little bit." But anyway,
yeah.
This lowers the grade threshold required to meet a player's deal breaker up to a maximum full letter grade. You can also purchase the family atmosphere ability within the master motivator archetype, which makes players less likely to transfer if their deal breaker has been broken.
So I do like that they're taking one thing I do like about 26 is they're taking those archetypes that were useless in 25. Like they had no use, like practically no use in 25, and they're giving them an actual purpose, something that to make them actually useful in this new game, which is amazing. It's going to allow more options when it comes to creating your coach. Like if you know that you're playing for a team that's not going to be great year one, and you want to make sure you don't lose those good players. I mean, well, not year one, but you know what I mean. A team that may end up falling off down the line. It's something to look at when you need to. Like you can aim for going into strategists to drop down to be able to lower those expectations and retain your players a little bit better, especially if you're not that great of a player. You can offset that, but to allow yourself not to lose your good players that you will need by going into like strategists to lower the expectations so you don't lose your top players.
Right.
Because of not being able to play the game super well. I know one guy in particular who would love that coaching skill tree for sure. Because
speaking of that, there's some more skills right here that can help with it. So if players do decide to leave, abilities within the program builder archetype can help. Gift of Gab, additional persuasion attempts, roster retainer, increased chance of persuading a player to stay, and full refund. Get an additional persuasion attempt if one of your attempts is successful.
Oh, that was
like
another.
That should be if it's unsuccessful, but all right, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, they have the one where if it's unsuccessful, you can try again, and then they have one where if it's successful, you get to do it again. So, I mean, technically, those two abilities kind of feed off each other.
Right.
Because if it's unsuccessful, you get an extra chance, and then once you get that chance, you get to try again. And if it's unsuccessful, you get to try again.
Right. And it just says here, it finishes up with that. As expectations evolve, so too must your coaching strategy. The players that you recruit as a freshman may not be the same player or have the same demands when they are an upperclassman. How you manage that growth and evolving expectations will significantly impact how successful you are. Now, transfer portal customizations. This is great. I love this. With dynamic deal breakers, the addition of conference prestige deal breaker, and improved playing time logic, the college football 26 transfer portal is more reactive and unpredictable. While this brings the chaos of modern college football to life, we also want you to have the tools to customize that experience and make it your own. Whether you want a wild, modern era portal or a throwback to the days when transferring was far less common, you now have full control over how the portal behaves in your dynasty. New settings include max transfers per team, adjust how many players can transfer from a single team between 0 and 30. Setting this to 0 disables the portal entirely for a more traditional experience. Transfer portal probability for user teams, scale how likely players on user-controlled teams are to transfer if their deal breaker is violated, and transfer probability for CPU teams is the same thing.
I think in our dynasties we should just max all those sliders out.
So
like just new team every year, you know.
I think I may put it to a vote to do that in one league.
Just to have fresh teams every single season.
And this is going to take a lot of testing, which I'm going to rope you into helping me with when the new game comes out.
I mean, yeah,
my initial thoughts to how I would set it up, and this is going to change based on testing. for the online Dynasty leagues with other players, unless it's voted on otherwise, would be I would set it for 30 to be the max for every team. That up to 30. It's not that 30 will transfer every year. It's just up to
Right.
30.
Right, you can
And
lose
then
your
for
you have a
user
chance
team
of losing your
probability-
entire team
Right.
every year.
For user team probability, I'm probably thinking about, based on what little testing I was able to do on the beta, around 35 as the base setting for the user teams, but then for computer teams going up to like 75, 80. And this is sort of the reason I'm sort of starting there as my start point for the leagues, is part of my job as a commissioner for the league and figuring out settings and sliders and everything is how to maximize the fun. Oh, what did I do? I hit a button.
Right.
To maximize the fun for the players. And let's face it, as realistic as it might be, players are not going to enjoy their players leaving, and they're going to enjoy a more robust transfer portal. So
Absolutely.
I may even move the computer team transfer portal thing all the way up. I don't know. But we'll
Now,
test it.
one thing that is interesting, though, is the fact that they're taking like the strength of a conference into account as well. So it's definitely going to make shifting conferences around a little bit more of a factor when it comes to the players transferring and everything.
Well, that's one of the benefits of my custom regional conferences that I gave you a while back, is because what that does, what I've seen over time testing it in long-term dynasties, is after 3 to 4 years of that setup, the all 10 conferences normalize to where almost every conference is a B to A conference strength, because it promotes the ability for the smaller schools to get better, and it spreads out the strength of the power schools. And but again, it does matter. One thing I'm considering doing for one of my leagues, which might be the competition chaos league. I don't fucking know. Sorry, I don't know if we're allowed to curse on here, but I just did. My bad.
That's after 30 seconds. We're good.
But it might just be the chaos league. I don't know. But is doing a 5 conference tandem relegation promotion league, which is
just
the Power 5. Well, the Power 5 conferences each have, I want to say it's like 14 teams, regional based still, and they have there's a smaller conference that's tied directly to them, and I up the number of conference games to 9 or 10, so that they're playing a bigger conference schedule every year, and then the last place or last place teams from the Power Conference every year get moved down into its attached G5 or smaller conference, and the top 2 teams, or the conference champion and the second ranked team in the conference of the smaller conference, moves up to the upper one. That's going to put a big emphasis on conference prestige, because if you don't do good, down to the Sun Belt you go.
No one wants to be in the Sun Belt.
Right. But all right. So my school, at the foundation of every program is one question: what is your identity? The My School grades define your program, who your program is, and what its strengths and weaknesses are across 14 core categories. It's one of the clearest separators between powerhouse programs and those still trying to find their footing. In addition to the playing time improvements we outlined earlier, which now consider actual snaps played, we've made several key updates across the My School system to deepen realism and improve differentiation between programs. First, we've rebalanced the grade curve across all 14 categories. Fewer teams now sit in the A or B range, meaning most schools will fall somewhere between D and C, creating more visible separation between the haves and the have-nots, and making meaningful improvements something you'll need to earn over time. One of the biggest changes this year comes in pro potential. Previously, this grade estimated a program's ability to produce NFL talent based on the current roster. Now, pro potential is based on a school's historical draft results over the past 4 seasons, and it's tracked by position. This means you can now clearly see which schools are consistently sending talent to the next level and who truly deserves the title of wide receiver U. So I love this in a couple ways. First of all, why was it not tied to the draft results last year? What was the point of the draft results screen if it wasn't tied to this last year? So that's an improvement that should have been in from the start. But the fact that they detach it from being just a one grade for the entire school, and instead it's going to be a different grade for each position, I love that. It's going to make it even harder, but it's something I love.
Yeah, I like that too. I like the fact that they decoupled it and they tied it strictly to like the positions. So if you have a lot of quarterbacks that get drafted in the NFL, then you're going to have an easier time recruiting quarterbacks that have the pro potential deal breaker. That's going to make it a lot easier on yourself. Whereas it might be a little bit harder to get like running backs that have that same deal breaker if you haven't had many running backs go to the NFL. So it's going to put a little bit more emphasis on paying attention to what your school grades are and where you excel and what positions you excel at.
Right. Now this next part, I love this, but I'm gonna have a little mini rant on this. Not really a rant, but just a point I need to make.
I'll prep the banner.
It's not really a rant. It's just a point. All right. So we've also made improvements to playing style. The stat-driven grade tied to how your team performs on the field. Every archetype, including the new ones added in College Football 26, has had its playing style tracking reevaluated. Last year, many defensive player types were overly reliant on individual stats like interceptions or tackles for loss, often leading to small sample skew. This year, more player types, especially on defense, evaluate team-level stats like average passing yards allowed or rushing yards allowed per game. This result is a more stable, fair reflection of how your program actually plays. As part of these updates, we've also reevaluated and adjusted the starting grades for every team to better reflect their real-world standing and to take full advantage of the new grading distribution. So a quick point here. I have seen it somewhere. I don't remember. This isn't the right. I've seen it somewhere. I don't remember. I think maybe from a developer or somewhere. It's going to have just like the deal breakers. It's going to have a primary stat that it's tied to, but it's also going to take other things into account. So like where interceptions per game or total interceptions for the year might be their primary, they're also going to care about passing yards allowed per game as a team, stuff like that. So that's awesome. Now, here's the little mini rant. Why did my kicker or punter recruits have a playing time deal breaker for interceptions? Why does a kicker care how many interceptions I'm getting? Fix it. That was the stupidest thing I ever seen. Was a playing time deal breaker with a kicker, and I went to this screen where you can put the position and archetype in, and it'll tell you what they care about. And it said the kicker or as a punter, I don't remember. It was one of the leg guys. His deal breaker was interceptions. Why? Okay. Anything to add on that?
I mean, I'm glad that they're broadening the scope of their of that specific deal breaker, because it was a little annoying to have like corners with a interception deal breaker, and like the way that some people played just kind of made it to where like that wasn't possible. Or like, for example, like you're an extremely slow corner, but you have a interception deal breaker, like. You're not going to get any interceptions with an 85 speed. I'm sorry.
And passing yards allowed and pass breakups and deflections, why don't those matter to corners too? Why is it just interceptions? Because specific
I understand
the specific defensive schemes are going to have more interceptions than others.
Right.
What, and I'm not even saying that there shouldn't be ones that care about interceptions, but what I'm saying is, if there's an interception thing for a deal breaker, let there also be a deflections or a PBU deal breaker, because Some corners might care about interceptions and want to play in a 4-2-5, 3-3-5, 3-3-6, whatever defense, where they're going to have more chances for interceptions. But some might want to play in a 3-4 and might care more about pass breakups and deflections. So,
right, yeah, and I mean, it just makes sense to have those secondary stats looked at rather than only the primary. Because like, if you look at the game, like actual football, like interceptions aren't super common. So like having a player who has like a deal breaker of interceptions, that's a hard deal breaker. That's you might as well just like when it comes to the post, like the encouraged transfer phase, might as well just encourage him to transfer because he's going to transfer anyway. But like I do understand like them wanting that to be a deal breaker for them because like that's like the one way of contributing to the team is being able to get an interception because that allows you to make a game defying play on the ball. But like I'm just glad that they finally like broadened the scope of what that playing time grade means when it comes to like actual like plays done on the field rather than it just being singular.
Right. And since we don't have any sponsors or anything, I'm just going to take a quick moment to remind everyone that if you're enjoying the video and if you're still here at 2 hours in, you must be enjoying it for some reason. Like, comment, share, subscribe, and if you would, check out the GoFundMe link in the description of the video.
Yeah, and also if you're watching this on Kinetik615 Plays, make sure you head over to the Gamer's Sideline channel as well and throw us a subscription as well.
Yep, 100%.
So at some point, our goal is
it's just one is my streaming channel, one's my game streaming channel, and then we're also trying to get the Gamer Sideline, so we're streaming to both right now.
Yeah. Eventually, we do want to migrate it to be on one, but we'll do that later.
Yep.
For right now, let's get back into it.
All right, so location-based recruiting. I just want to say I love this, but this is deep here. So it's easier and cheaper to get a player to campus when they live nearby. Driving 100 miles is a very different challenge than flying across the country. And in College Football 26, we've replicated that reality through location-based recruiting. The cost of a visit is now tied directly to how close a recruit is to your campus, making geography a meaningful factor in your weekly recruiting strategy. The higher a recruit's proximity to home grade with your school, the cheaper it will be to bring them in for a visit. Costs can range from as low as 10 recruiting hours for nearby players to as high as 40 hours for cross-country visits. That's a significant swing, and one that forces you to think more strategically about where your targets are located and what your program can realistically afford week to week. So here in the pictures, we see a recruit. This is with using Texas, a recruit that is out of Wellington, Texas, has a visit cost of 15 hours to visit Texas. Then we go down here, still as Texas, but this is a recruit out of Santa Ana, California, and he has a visit cost of 40. So where your school is located is going to matter, and this is also going to affect how you set up your board because you may want to first prioritize players in your state or in your surrounding states at that 4- and 5-star level before you start pursuing players across the country, because you got to think, especially in an online league with other users, if I'm playing as Michigan and Lichemax is playing as, let's say, USC, if we both go after a player that's in Las Vegas, he's going to spend a lot less on a visit than I am for the same player, and then therefore that week that he schedules a visit, he'll have more hours to put towards recruiting, whereas I'll have less. That's a big deal. It really is a big deal. When I was playing the beta, it mattered. So
it's definitely going to put more emphasis on hometown recruiting over cross-country recruiting,
especially with small schools.
Yes.
In College Football 25, every visit cost a flat 40 hours, which often made it cost prohibitive to bring recruits to campus, especially if you were working with a limited budget. Now, visits are much more efficient for local and regional players, but flying in a top recruit from across the country still comes at a premium, one that power programs may be able to absorb while smaller schools will need to pick their spots. To help you maximize your visits, the CEO archetype now includes a new ability, more the merrier. This ability doubles the number of players who can visit your campus on a single week. Increasing the cap from 4 to 8 total visitors, that extra flexibility can make a big difference during critical stretches of the season, especially when you're juggling high-priority targets or trying to align visit timing for multiple recruits. And if you're running a staff with a coordinator whose active archetype is strategist, the benefits can stack even further. The strategist perk grants bonus XP for every recruit who visits during a win. So if you're which is a great perk. So if you're hosting a full slate of 8 visitors, you have the potential to significantly boost coach XP across the board. As we covered earlier, active archetype perks are now one of the most important drivers of coach progression, and this type of coordination between abilities can have a massive impact on how quickly your staff levels up throughout a season. Location-based recruiting costs create a sharper divide between the haves and have-nots and reinforce the importance of building a recruiting strategy that reflects your program's reach, identity, and resources. Going back to one of our earlier conversations, imagine going all in on recruiter, elite recruiter, opening up CEO and program builder as the head coach, and then specifically searching out coordinators, one who is a motivator, recruiter, talent developer, and one who is a tactician, recruiter, strategist. Seems pretty complimentary to me.
Absolutely. Like that's gonna definitely help build your roster out a lot faster than those who say try to like boost up what they're already good at.
I'm not saying that's my build. I'm going to test it among other builds, but
oh yeah, we're gonna have to do extensive testing once the game releases to see like where is like what's best to do when it comes to your complementary coaches.
Mm-hmm. All right, so discovering the next star. Scouting is a critical part of identifying which players fit your program, which recruits you want to go after. Coaches often refer to this as finding their OKGs, aka our kind of guys. In College Football 26, we've made 2 key improvements to the scouting system that make it easier to use and more impactful as you build your recruiting. First, we've reordered how attributes are displayed during scouting, ensuring that shared ratings across archetypes appear in a consistent order for every position. That's huge. When you're comparing two different quarterbacks, or the one that would get me a lot of times would be like comparing tight ends, and you scout them both, and one of them speeds here and the acceleration's here, and the other one's acceleration's here, but speed's not even on the board. Come on, put them together so we can see.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think it should show the main stats for the archetype like every time in the same place, and I'm glad that they're actually doing that now.
Right.
I think they should have knew that from the beginning, but better late than never.
All right, so in College Football 25, this often made comparing prospects of the same position frustrating, especially when the ratings would appear in different spots depending on the archetype. Now, when you're comparing 2 players, did I read that one?
No.
Okay. 2 players at the same position, regardless of archetype, you'll see their shared attributes lined up the same way every time, making comparisons easier. Second, we've expanded the power of the Mind Reader ability within the Strategist archetype. Previously, Mind Reader only revealed a recruit's development trait during a campus visit, which often came too late to meaningfully influence your recruiting decisions. Now, if you, or a coordinator, possess Mind Reader for a recruit's position group, you'll be able to reveal their dev trait directly through scouting, giving you a critical head start in identifying high potential prospects early in the cycle. Knowing which players have a huge potential upside and are truly special talents is now a strategic edge you can learn and identify early in the recruiting process to maximize how you spend your recruiting hours.
Oh, that is huge. That is gonna definitely revamp the recruiting game.
100%. And I do like how they've realigned a lot of the recruiting talents. Like, I know everyone hates that Always Be Recruiting and Limitless have been moved to Tier 4 and in Elite Recruiting.
Yeah, I hate that.
A lot of
myself.
Some of them were moved into archetypes that made more sense. Some of them were moved into the elite archetypes like strategist, talent developer, architect, to make them more valuable and more worthy of going into them. All right,
Yeah.
so recruiting battles. So this, when I first saw this on the beta, I was like, what is this? And I wasn't 100% sure about it. But the more that I tested it, the more I got into the recruiting battles. I love it. I think that it could definitely use more
Polish.
And just be able to get a little bit more involved in it. But there are definitely times where, after going back to College Football 25 playing it, where I was wishing, I was like, man, if only this could result in a recruiting battle here. So my experience with it, the very first one I had was really cool. I was playing as Michigan, testing out in a dynasty on the beta, and I got into a recruiting battle with Ohio State over a recruit. So what happens is, when you get to the point where in 25, one of them would just recruit, but they would just commit that week. If two of the top three are significantly ahead of the third one, it goes into a recruiting battle. And what happens here is, so let me zoom in on this a little bit. So what happens here, you can't see it, but this right here is where the bar would normally get to, and you would get a commitment, right? And if you were LSU here, unless you had a visit scheduled this week, you were basically out of it, because they were going to commit to Arkansas this week. But now they're in a recruiting battle, and now all bets are kind of off, because you can't, like, you don't it's kind of hands off in the sense that, outside of like changing the hours you have on them, or what you have in the recruiting part here, it's kind of hands off. But this little point right here gets extended, and you can't see it. There were points in the recruiting battle where the bar went past this right here, and this may have just been a beta bug, but I could see it like overflowing the bars to like right here. But week to week, and this happened in like mid-November, it went into the recruiting battle. So normally it'd be like 1 or 2 weeks and there'd be a commitment, right? This was in mid-November, and there were weeks where I would advance where nothing would change. There were weeks where they would flip-flop 1 and 2 and then flip-flop again the next week. So you didn't really know what was happening. The bars would suddenly go past the end right here. And the one that I'm talking about literally carried all the way through the season, from mid-November through the season, through bowl season, through the transfer portal, and committed on National Signing Day. I loved it. It was awesome. And even though I lost some recruiting battles and lost recruits that I would have gotten before in 25 to a recruiting battle, I still loved it. It's a great feature, and I really hope they expand upon it in future iterations of the game.
And the one thing that I will say is I love this feature too, because it does give a chance to those schools that are like in a close race with another school. Whereas like you said, in 25, if you weren't number one, once that bar filled, then you might as well just remove them off your board, because you're not, unless you had, like you said, unless you had a visit scheduled for that week, then then it's not even an option. Now, with the recruiting battle, that gives another chance for you to potentially pull out, even though you're in second, at the end of the recruiting battle, to take that recruit away from a team that would have ordinarily gotten it if this was 25. So I really love that addition. I'm glad they added that in. Definitely going to help a lot in the recruiting trail moving forward.
I really enjoyed it, even the ones that I would lose. Like, it sucked, but I really enjoy that feature being added.
Now, the one thing that I would love for them to add in future titles, in future titles of the game, is a pseudo mini game week to week with the recruiting battle.
Yeah,
so like,
I mean, that's what I mean. They could expand on it.
So where like you can add an offer, and then the other team has to counter it, and then you go into a bidding, essentially like a recruiting bidding war.
Promises.
Yeah. To where like you go into like a recruiting bidding war to try to get this recruit, and
Right.
like trying to offer him stuff that like aligns with what
Well,
his deal breaker or what his values are
right,
each
and that's where
week,
the
and then
promises come in, because you could offer him, or he could even demand, like, how much playing time will you promise me? And you could say, I won't redshirt you, or you can say, you'll get so many snaps in a season, or you can say,
yeah,
you
or
can promise him
like day
30%
one
of
starter.
30% of the carries, or day one starter, or whatever, and you can offer them, and maybe the other team offers something different based on what they have on the roster, because you
Yeah,
don't want to just offer to get the recruit if it means you're going to break a promise or lose someone else
yeah,
that's already on your team. So
right.
it definitely increases the volatility of recruiting, and you got to be careful what you promise to a player. So again, that's what I mean. I feel like that they can build upon the recruiting battle more down the road, but even
Yeah,
in its current
absolutely,
iteration, I really like it. All right,
absolutely, absolutely.
so recruit generation. So this is for the high school recruiting pool. This year, we've increased the number of recruits generated each season to 4,100, providing a deeper and more varied pool of talent for programs at every level. As part of this expansion, we've also rebalanced several key aspects of recruit generation, including physical and mental abilities, as well as each prospect's individual ratings. You'll still be able to find players with high-level attributes and silver or gold tier abilities, the kind of elite prospects that can transform a program, but there will be fewer of them overall. In particular, when it comes to athletes, we've reduced both the quality of top-end athlete prospects and the quantity generated across each position. That means it's going to be rarer to find truly elite prospects, but when you do, it will feel special, and landing them will be a major win for your recruiting class. We've also reworked how pitches and okay, so real quick. So this is what I was talking about earlier. They've de-emphasized the high-end stats on high school recruits,
Yeah,
meaning putting a bigger emphasis on scouting and sort of bringing down the top end of the curve of players. Again, at first glance, it's like, oh, that sucks. I'm going to have a bunch of 85 speed guys.
but
So is everyone
everyone's doing
else.
it. Yeah,
So is everyone else.
it's
So
definitely going to put more emphasis on looking at the other skills that a player has rather than just is he
right,
fast? Can he get off the line? All right, he's on the board. Now you have to
yeah,
look at all right, he's got some decent speed, he's got
yeah,
decent acceleration, but what's his route running look like though? What's that
right.
route running? That
And
medium,
keep in
that
mind
deep,
that
that short? What's his catch in traffic? Is he good at can he catch a ball very well? Can he run a route? Can he catch in traffic? Like
what's his
that
release? Can he get separation? Stuff like that. Yeah.
yeah, like these are all things that you're gonna have
And
to take
and
into
and on the
account,
flip
like
side,
outside of just speed.
cornerbacks, man coverage, zone coverage, press coverage, awareness, that kind of stuff is going to matter. It's going to put more of a emphasis on those. And again, yeah, Mike, or sorry, I don't,
Yeah,
whatever. My name's Eric. Yeah, people that know us know our real names, whatever.
yeah,
Anyways, you might have a couple 87 speed receivers. My corners are probably also 85 to 88 speed, right?
right.
So it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, so what it's gonna end up happening is you're gonna have more of a battle of skill than a battle of speed. Is what it's gonna come
Right.
down to. It's gonna be man coverage versus route running, zone coverage versus route running,
And pursuit
like
will
that.
matter a lot too.
Yeah, pursuit's always been like an important stat, but it's gonna be an even bigger deal coming into this game. You're gonna really have to look at that.
So it says we've also reworked how pitches and deal breakers are assigned to better reflect the wants and needs of players today. Glamour positions like quarterback, running back, wide receiver, corner, and edge rusher now put a heavier emphasis on brand exposure, which again, remember that's the game's version of NIL, to
Yeah.
better reflect their expectations around NIL opportunities. Additionally, we've rebalanced the motivations and assignment of deal breakers across pitches to create more overlap. The goal is to make it harder to immediately pinpoint a recruit's ideal pitch based solely on their deal breaker, requiring you to dig deeper to uncover what truly matters to each player. We've also reduced the weights that most high school prospects will start at, or better reflect players entering college with a less mature body. This allows weight to scale more naturally over time as they grow into their body and physically mature. More on that later.
All right. I was just gonna talk about the fact that like how in 25, like in case you guys didn't know, in 25, the weight that your player came in at, that's the weight he ended at. He didn't gain anything.
And it really had no bearing whatsoever on the game because it wasn't a physics-based system.
Right, and if you were here for the gameplay overview that we did last week, they implemented physics-based gameplay. So the tackling's physics-based. So the
Not
weight's
boom
going to
tech.
actually, yes, not boom tech, but the weight's going to have more of an impact. And you'll see, and what this portion of the article is talking about is the weight will increase throughout the season after you recruit them. They're not going to stay at, like, if they come in at 196, if you put them at, like, say, like if it was like a center that's coming in at 196, they might go up to like 280 by the end of the first season or beyond. Like, the weight's going to increase throughout the season, throughout their tenure in the college system.
Right. All right, but it says we've also introduced a brand new lean body type, which is most noticeable at the wide receiver position. It's also noticeable at the quarterback position. The lean body type represents long, wiry athletes who may not be physically developed yet. So this is actually something that was noticed on the beta. Depending on their position, it depends on how much they develop as far as weight. If you put a player at tight end, if you put a wide receiver at tight end, he's not going to be great because he's going to be very slight, but he'll put on more weight as a tight end than if he developed at a wide receiver. Same thing if you put someone at linebacker on the D line, they're going to gain more weight over time than if they stayed at linebacker because that's what those positions need. And it's going to change their stats, and it's going to change how they interact with the physics-based engine.
So, for example, if you take a wide receiver, for those people who like to take a high-speed wide receiver and put them at tight end, you may not want to do that this time because as they gain weight, they might lose speed and acceleration at tight end. They might get slower, but they'll start gaining weight to be able to play that dual role of being a receiver and a blocker.
Well, and listen, I'm not saying don't move players. I move players. There are wide receivers that I move to tight end. There are defensive backs I move to linebacker. And there's linebackers I move to D-line. But if a wide receiver is under 200 pounds, I'm not moving him to tight end. If a DB is under 200 pounds, I'm not moving him to linebacker. If a linebacker is under 240, I'm not moving him to D-line. Like, you just have to be smart about it. Moving positions is something that is prevalent in college, and do it, but do it intelligently.
Right. And I mean, and with the new physics-based system, like, the weight is going to be a huge factor when it comes to tackling and being able to break tackles as well. Like, that's going to be an important, and along with blocking, like, the weight is going to have a huge impact on gameplay, depending on the position they're at.
Now, this is something that they've changed how it works, and I'm going to be interested to try this out because sway in 25 was useless to most people because most people didn't know how it works and when to use it or how to use it. Even when you understood it, which I later figured out how to use it, it was useful, but very rarely was it the most beneficial use of your hours over other options. Supposedly, EA really wants sway to be a meaningful thing. They've changed some of the recruiter talents to help with sway. They've changed how it interacts, and they've changed. I believe they've made it more intuitive and in the game. I don't know exactly how, but they've explained and tried to explain better how to use it. So we'll read this and then we'll go over to.
Well, I mean, I understand like the want for the sway to be important because that's a tool in a recruiter's belt that they can use. Like if like a player just isn't vibing with what the recruiter's offering, like the recruiter can put on that salesman can like hit him with that salesman pitch to try to sway them from what they might think they want to more in line fit within the confines of their program. Yeah. So like I understand wanting sway to have a bigger impact.
The problem with it is that it takes too long. It's unpredictable. It could be a colossal waste of your time. And for what it did, its cost was prohibitive. If it was 15 hours, 20 hours even, it would have been a lot more useful. At 30 hours, there's better uses of your hours, especially if you don't know how it works. So in 25, the most effective way to do it was to find another pitch that was better for you, that shared one or even two of the green check marks, the motivations that he cared about already, with his current primary motivation. And even then, 1 to 2 weeks at best that you're using this on. And in most cases, because it was unpredictable, and it took at best 1 to 2 weeks, and more often 3 or 4 weeks at in the best case scenario, you were just better off contacting friends and family and doing the straight up influence with your hours over the course of those 3 or 4 weeks. You would get more influence boost there than if you spend those weeks swaying and then use that as your new pitch. Because especially like, and this may be lessened a little bit with always be recruiting being harder to get, but after the first season or two in Dynasty, my board is fully committed by, in most cases, by week 8.
Yeah,
now,
that's
recruiting
about
battles
my
are going
experience
to
as
carry
well.
it. Recruiting battles are going to carry some of them a little bit farther now, and like I said, not having always be recruiting probably plays into this. But those were the problems with Sway in the previous years.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
let's read what it says. Let's read what it says here, and then we can discuss it more if we want to. Sway is one of the most powerful tools in your recruiting arsenal, but it's also one of the most misunderstood. In College Football 26, we made several improvements to make this feature clearer, more actionable, and easier to take advantage of when your school doesn't fully align with the recruit's motivations. Sway is designed for those moments when your My School grades don't match up with a prospect's ideal pitch, or when you want to expand what a recruit cares about to include another pitch that plays to your strengths. A successful Sway allows you to add a second ideal pitch, giving you more flexibility in how you engage with that recruit. In some cases, it can even unlock a third ideal pitch by creating additional overlaps. This year, when you select the Sway action, you'll now see the probability of success before making your move, giving you much more clarity around when and how to take your shot. Your chance of success increases based on how much motivational overlap exists between the pitch you're trying to sway a recruit toward and their existing ideal pitch. For example, if the two pitches share two motivations, your odds are much higher than if they only share one, and that difference is now clearly defined in the UI. So they've expanded on the explanation here, and then here it shows the probability chance.
So they added some tooltips to be actually explain like the sway mechanics. So it's not like super vague, and you just kind of have to, if you know, you know. If you don't, then you don't.
Effectively, yeah. And then down here, when it's successful, it tells you that the motivation was successfully what does it say? Medium. Oh, it has the success rate here. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. That's not showing when it works. What it's showing here is if you choose the Sway option and then highlight each potential pitch, it shows you the potential success rate right down here of that pitch.
I mean, that's cool that it tells you like what the potential success would be for that particular pitch that you're aiming for. So, I mean that is great. So, like, if you have one that doesn't like that, like, by default isn't Workhorse, and Workhorse is like the strength of your school, then you can hover over it to see how, like, what the probability of Workhorse being a successful sway. Being able to sway them.
Here's the indicator that I thought they were talking about a second ago. So when a sway is successful, you get this little icon right here on the left, the sway symbol, showing that it was successful.
Yeah. So. Oh, that's great. I'm like, the one thing that was missing from 25 was a lot of these notifications to let you know that something worked, other than like the commitment. But like a lot of, like, most of the aspects of recruiting, like, until you get that commitment, you didn't know if anything if anything moved forward. I'm glad that they're starting to add a lot of these like small like alerts to let you know, hey, this worked, or hey, this did work. You know, And I wonder if that carries over into aspect I'm sure we'll get to later. But I'm hoping that that's something that they've added to all of the new aspects of what they've uh, improved and added into the game.
Right. So right here it says your chances of success still depends on overlap, but players looking to maximize their odds can unlock the persuasive personality ability in the recruiter archetype. It gives you a critical edge in situations where you're trying to open up new recruiting paths, especially when you're trailing and need to shift the balance in your favor. Used correctly, Sway can completely change the dynamic of a recruiting battle, giving you an angle of attack that other schools simply don't have. So in the beta, and I was even on the phone with you when I was going through the new trees, I wrote Sway off based on 25 as a useless talent tier, and I forget. I think it was either tier 3 or tier 4 of recruiter. They made it this persuasive personality. They moved what was tier 4 recruiter to tier 1, and I don't remember what else they did off the top of my head. But now seeing this, I'm more likely to test it out, and if the Sway ability is more actionable and actually works better, 100% it's a great talent to have.
Absolutely.
It says used correctly, Sway can completely change the dynamic of a recruiting battle, giving you an angle of attack that other schools simply don't have. All right, recruiting quality of life. We know how important it is to have the right tools in place to manage your board, prioritize your targets, and respond to key moments as they happen. In College Football 26, we've made a number of quality of life improvements across the entire recruiting experience, helping you spend less time digging through menus and more time making meaningful decisions. Lichemax, can you read through this? I need to step away for a second, and I'll be right back.
I actually can't, but I will just talk about what we've gone through so far. Well, I can't because of what I'm doing currently. That's why I can't read through it.
Gotcha. I will be right back. Just talk to the audience for a second.
All right, yeah. Yeah, a lot of these, like, it's really good to see that they've listened to the community for a lot of these features. Because a lot of these features that we've been talking about have been requests the community has made in one way or another to the dev team from our experience with 25. Like for example, the more dynamic recruiting trail. We wanted, a lot of people wanted that more of a realistic approach to recruiting, and it looks like so far from what we've gone through, they've listened and they've implemented a lot of those aspects that a lot of people wanted. I feel like they've missed out on some of those aspects, but I mean, I'm sure we're just getting started when it comes to the stuff that they're going to be doing moving forward with future titles. I like the fact, the one thing I'm not too keen on is the fact that they're trying to make you specialize in a certain tree, but I understand the idea behind it because as a coach, you typically have a specialty, and it's like the article said, it's harder to learn a new discipline once you've already been ingrained into one. So I kind of understand that aspect. Recruiting is going to be a lot more dynamic, a lot more involved. It's going to require a lot more attentiveness when it comes to the week by week recruiting. You have to pay more attention, and even after the recruiting's done, you're going to have to continue to pay attention, which I mean is great for the people who have that kind of attention span to be able to do that. For those people who are a little bit more ADHD about it, it might be a challenge for you guys.
Right, and I apologize for that. I just had to step out and grab something to drink. A lot of reading makes my throat scratchy. All right. In College Football 25, Team Needs was only accessible by pressing R3. While this screen could be accessed at any time from anywhere within the recruiting hub, many players simply missed it or found it inconvenient to jump between views just to check their positional needs. In College Football 26, we brought Team Needs front and center by pinning it to the top of the prospect list. This makes it easy to quickly identify what your team needs at a glance while you're adding prospects to your board from the prospect list. The module updates in real time as you add or remove players, helping you make informed decisions in the moment. This module is meant to provide a quick summary of your immediate roster needs while the full team needs screen, which includes a year-by-year breakdown and your overall grade at each position, is still accessible by pressing R3 or right stick anywhere within the recruiting UI. Real quick, again, for the insane EA dev that might be watching 2.5 hours into this video, make this customizable. I love that you've added this to the top of the board, but let me set how many I need of each player. For example, I usually run with one fewer running backs than what you guys have on there as a need because I also have a fullback. Let me set my cap limit for what I need. I usually run with 3 at each offensive line position. You guys want 4 at every position. Let me set that. Let me
Also,
customize what I need and also be able to customize it to schemes. Speaking of which, custom scheme fits. Y'all used to have it in Madden where I could set that I want speed rusher here, power rusher there, hybrid safety here, this type of corner 1, this type of corner 2, this type of wide receiver 1, this type of wide receiver 2. Instead of making me choose preset schemes, let me do that in Madden and college football for where I can set my own custom schemes and what archetypes I want for my scheme, for my particular scheme. The emphasis on archetypes is great. Let me be able to set up my own scheme and be able to see right here, you know how in Madden you've got the little puzzle piece that tells you a player fits a scheme? Bring schemes to college football, make them so that we can customize them, and then that way the recruits can show that they're a scheme fit to my scheme for what I need, and then let me customize the caps of how I want to distribute my 85 roster spots at the top here, so that this is actually informative of what I actually need. Because as it sits right now, while this is useful, I still have to check the big screen on R3 so I can see how many do I actually have leaving that I actually need for my fits, because I'm not able to put the cap number to what I want it to be up top.
and also make it dynamic so it updates as players commit. So if you have, say you need 2 running backs, and you get two running back commits.
It updates to what's on your board. So
Right.
So like right here, if you look at edge, it says here. Let me blow it up a little bit. It says
So they did make.
3
So
of
they
5
did.
edge. So
they did.
okay. So if you can't look at the picture real quick, what it is above the recruiting board where you go through the prospects, there's a banner, and it shows offensive targets, team needs, and it says, for example, 2 of 0 quarterbacks. It's saying you don't need any quarterbacks. You've added 2 to the board. So one of the needs it has, for example, it says you need 5 edges. You've added 3 to your board, so it says 3 of 5.
Okay, so they did make it. So they did make it dynamic.
Sort of, yeah. I mean, so it changes with what's on your roster. So like right here, it says he needs 0 QBs, and if he had below whatever their threshold is for QBs, it would say you need 1. My point is let me customize the threshold. If I want my threshold to be 5 quarterbacks, or if I want it to be 3 quarterbacks, let me set that number so that dictates how many it tells me I need. But to your point, if you need 2 running backs and you add 2 running backs to your board, it'll say 2 of 2. And if you remove 1 from your board, then it'll say 1 of 2. But if they commit, they stay on your board, it'll still say 2 of 2. And,
okay, good.
And if the number on your board is less than the number it says you need on your board, it has them in red, whereas the ones that are not underneath that threshold are white.
Okay, good. Because I know like in 25, it was basically, it just told you until they were actually added to the roster that you needed X amount of players, and it never really updated even after they committed until National Signing Day, where they actually signed and were added to your roster. Right. I'm glad that I'm satisfied that they updated that to where it'll actually update in real time as players commit. That's actually a really good addition.
Right. So here's what it says. It says, It says in the recruiting board, you'll now see up and down arrows appear on the left-hand list next to each recruit's name. These arrows indicate whether you've moved up or down on that recruit's top schools list compared to the previous week. This makes it easy to quickly identify which recruits are trending in your favor and which ones may require a shift in strategy or signal that something in the recruiting dynamic has changed week over week. That's another thing. The dynamic stuff, like deal breakers and whatnot, that literally, it's not year to year. It can literally change in the middle of the recruiting cycle. But once a recruit has entered the pitch stage and narrowed their top school list to 5, a red dot will appear during the first week to let you know that new recruiting actions are available. Additionally,
that is amazing.
The recruit stage indicator on the left-hand list will become highlighted, making it easier to spot which players are close to committing and may require more focus and attention to secure the commitment before your competitors do. In College Football 25, it was easy to lose track of key recruits that you wanted to monitor week over week. In College Football 26, you can now favorite recruits by double-tapping triangle or Y. Favoriting acts as a bookmark, a simple way to highlight the recruits you're prioritizing or want to remember as the season progresses. It allows you to stay focused on your top targets, keeping tabs on competitive battles, and make sure you're not missing out on critical follow-up actions. We've also added a new filter that lets you quickly view only your favorited recruits, helping you stay locked in on your most important prospect. Now listen, I get what they're trying to do with that part. I think it's kind of redundant because everybody I know quickly learned, hey, I'm going to put the ones I actually care about at the top of my board. Just is what it is. If you don't use that process, then the favorites thing is definitely useful, but it's not really needed if you're already putting the guys that you truly care about at the top of your board. But all the other stuff, the extra indicators telling you that they've moved to top 5, that you went up or down on their board, all of that, 100% A plus.
I love that addition so much. It's going to make it a lot easier to know who I need to pay attention to and who I don't. Like if I'm, especially like when it comes to like recruiting like the top end recruits, like having that indicator is really going to help know that hey, they're ready to move to the next stage, rather than just like kind of having to go into each one and seeing where they're at.
Well, real quick, let me add in this last little bit here so we can talk about it. Finally, we've added a set of advanced filters to give you more ways to filter and search the prospect list to identify prospects who meet your needs or are potential targets for your team. You can now filter by maximum star rating, minimum pipeline level, and recruiting stage. These updates are all about helping you recruit smarter, stay organized, and take action at the right time, whether you're leading the pack or fighting to close the gap. So I do like this because sometimes I would want to search 3 stars or 4 stars, or 3 and 4 stars, but not 5 stars. But I couldn't put a max level. Also, being able to search by recruits that I have 3 or better pipeline bonus in, stuff like that is actually really good. Being able to search by recruiting stage to see who has went under recruited throughout the season and are still in the top 8 or open phase, also a great addition.
Like I will say, like that specifically is my favorite addition, just because it makes it a lot easier to be able to find out who's ready to move on to the next stage, especially with the new notification system. Like that's going to make it a lot easier to be able to keep track of who's where in the recruiting trail.
I also want to pull out, or not pull out, but bring up something that I didn't bring up on our last video because I forgot, and now I'm remembering it, and I don't want to forget again. I appreciate the change in archetypes for edge and for the Sam, Will, and Mike linebackers. What I don't appreciate is that it seems to think that every defensive scheme only prioritizes edge rushers, your defensive ends on the D line, as pass rushers. The new Sam and Will archetypes don't include an archetype for pass rushing. It includes thumper, it includes lurker, it includes a signal caller, and one other one, none of which are explicitly pass rusher archetypes. And as somebody who runs a defensive scheme where I want edge rushers at the end of my defensive line and at the Sam and Will positions, I don't like that. I need to know which archetype for the Sam and Will linebacker positions are good at pass rushing.
I would imagine Thumper. Like, I know those
You
are
would
run
think
stoppers,
Thumper.
but I
You
would
would think
imagine
Thumper, but Thumper sounds more like a run stopper. And run stopper
Well-
and pass rusher are two completely different things.
Well, right, they're two completely different things, but they got similar skill set. Like, the idea is to get through the line to stop a play. So I mean, theoretically, you would think that, like, of all of the archetypes that could potentially have something to do with pass rush, I mean, Thumper would be the one, you know?
I believe that that's right in the testing that I've done, but I would like them to at least have clarified that or have some sort of
I mean, it might be
archetype
in
for Sam and Will that looks like a pass rusher.
I mean, it might be in the documentation once we get down to the new archetypes.
Well, I don't know if that's in this one, but we'll see. Anyway,
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll see.
player progression. Player development is at the core of building a successful program. While talent acquisition is without question the most important thing in college football, inability to develop your players, Ohio State, will keep them from reaching their full potential and prevent you from realizing your dreams of winning a national championship. In college football
Notre Dame.
26, we've rebalanced and expanded how progression works to create more notable player differentiation, realism, and separation between programs. At times in college football 25, players would go long stretches without any progression, only to suddenly take a big leap when they finally leveled up a skill group. In college football 26, we've increased the number of skill group levels from 10 to 20, allowing for more gradual and natural progression. All this is, let's see if I can find a screenshot. If they put one in here, they did not. So, oh yeah, they did right here. So, what this is saying is right here. If you notice, there's more of these little bars for each skill group.
Yeah.
It used to be there were 10 of them. Now there's 20. So instead of making big jumps all at once, they're just going to make smaller jumps over time. That's literally all it is. But some people have been confused by the wording of that. All right, so let's see. A player's development trait also plays a bigger role in off-season progression. While there's still variability in how much a player successfully develops during the offseason, players with impact, star, and elite development traits now have a higher minimum amount that they will progress. This increases the likelihood that players with a better development trait will progress more than players with a normal trait. I like this because there were times where it was really frustrating when your players with the development traits seemed like they didn't get any progress.
Right.
But every year we see freshmen arrive on campus and undergo significant physical changes during their first season. Now when your players hit the iron paradise and put in the work, #work, they really put #work in this right During the offseason, you will also see physical changes in their body. Players will now gain weight during offseason progression. The amount they gain is influenced by their player position and year in the school. This simulates the real-world difference in physical maturity between a freshman and a senior. Lastly, your school's athletic facilities grade in my school now increases the amount of progression your players receive. No different than the real world where the schools with the best sports performance and nutrition programs seemingly perform at a higher level than the rest. The higher your athletic facilities grade is, the bigger your player progression boost will be. Athletic facilities are just another factor that contributes to long-term program building and highlights the divide between powerhouse programs and those still finding their footing. So in real life, Michigan, Alabama, a lot of those high-end programs, and there's even separation in high-end programs. The programs that you see a big jump in development, there's a direct correlation to the how modern and advanced their weight rooms and facilities and their strength and conditioning trainers, how good they are. And I know I took a shot at Ohio State a second ago, sort of tongue in cheek because we're Michigan fans, but there really is a difference. I'm not saying Ohio State doesn't develop players, but they have more of a track record of having players that come in as high-rated recruits that don't really develop much beyond where they were other than physical maturity. But by the time they leave the school. Whereas schools like Alabama, like Michigan, can bring in guys that are 3 stars, low 4 stars, and you see a huge change in their body, in the weight and the good weight, the muscle, the strength that they put on, and the development of their skills over time to get, just to put in perspective, Lichemax brought up earlier, Kenneth Grant and Mason Graham, Colston Loveland, all 3 were high-end 3 stars, low-end 4 stars. They got on campus, went through major strength and conditioning changes in their body and their development, and were top 10 picks, or top 15 picks in this year's NFL draft. So this is pretty awesome too, because your athletic facilities grade improves based on your team's success. Your team's success improves your players on the field abilities, and the athletic facilities improve their off-season training. So everything is working in what's the word? Not chemistry, but
Tandem.
Tandem, but that's not the word I'm trying to think of. Where there's
Together.
Yeah, but there's a word and I can't think of it off the top of my head. But whatever.
Conjunction.
Not symmetry, but synergy. Synergistically, things work together in this game between all aspects of your school. In this case, and this is a really good example of that. How your team success increases your school facilities, which in turn increase your players' progression, which in turn increases your players' abilities, which in turn increases your team success. So there's just a lot of synergy there. You have anything to add, or want me to continue with the physical abilities here?
I mean, I like this addition. I like the fact that like you're gonna see your players develop more than just their skill-based stats. You're gonna see like their actual physical attributes increase throughout their tenure at the school as well. So you're not gonna. So that way you can like actually you might be more willing now to recruit that like sub 200 center, as long as he doesn't have a playing time deal breaker, that is, and like redshirt him the first year at center so he can build some mass up. So when he's ready to go in the following year, he's not like a scrawny guy, So like it's actually like it's less it's still a little bit of a detriment to pick up light guys for those like big positions like linebacker, like tackle, like offensive line, defensive line. But I mean, it does allow you to like have the option of being able to do that, knowing that they're gonna actually like build that physicality up over time. You're not stuck with like a 100, like a 220 tackle just because that's what he started out as. He'll get bigger throughout the season, which I like that addition, and it's fantastic. And it's fantastic to see that they're actually like adding a little bit more depth to the progression of the players, more so than just their skill attributes. By skill attributes, I mean like route running, catching, blocking abilities, that kind of stuff. Those would be like the skill attributes.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with everything you said right there. All right, so as Scott, shout out Scott O'Gallagher, described in the gameplay deep dive, we've introduced new physical and mental abilities this year. In addition to the new physical abilities, we've also modified the requirements to unlock physical ability tiers. Previously, all physical abilities required a single attribute level to unlock each tier. For example, 95 toughness to unlock Platinum Workhorse. Now some abilities like Shifty require 2 attribute ratings to upgrade them. For example, Platinum Shifty now requires both 97 change of direction and 96 acceleration for a wide receiver. These added thresholds make top-tier abilities even rarer, further increasing player differentiation. We've also completely overhauled our archetype system introducing the new player types and physical ability combinations that better reflect the diversity of players across college football. More on that later. Here it shows a screenshot of 99 overall Jeremiah Smith. I believe he starts at 97 or 98 overall, so this has to be after after a season or so.
Yeah,
But
probably about 1 or 2 seasons.
In this screenshot, he's got, for physical abilities, he's got gold sidestep, platinum double dip, gold takeoff, platinum recoup, and bronze shifty. From impact player to star, player performance during the season now plays a huge role in their long-term potential. If a player absolutely cooks during the season, they can now upgrade their development trait during off-season progression. So development traits are now dynamic as well. Performance is determined by their season stat line relative to their position. Upgrading a development trait is not guaranteed, and the better a player's current trait is, the harder it becomes to move up. For example, moving from normal to impact is more likely than jumping from star to elite. You can increase the odds of players upgrading their development trait by purchasing the Gains, with a Z, a Gains Getter ability within the CEO archetype. If a player does upgrade their development trait, you'll receive a notification, and it will also be highlighted in the training results screen. I love the notifications. There was too many times where I couldn't figure out what had changed, and I had to go hunt it down, especially in the training results. So it never told you what actually went up. You had to try to guess and try to remember.
Right.
It was trash. This is awesome.
Yeah. So that does actually kind of bring me to a question. I don't know if we can get into this earlier, but as we discovered in like the deep dive for the gameplay, they also added in that you can optionally upgrade your players like manually rather than having it happen automatically. I wonder if they added in, like you were talking about in that video, like the notification system for that as well.
Well, hopefully.
But hopefully it's in this document, but we'll see.
Yep. Speaking of training results, this screen has undergone a major overhaul to give you better visibility into the growth and progression of each player during the offseason. For each player, you can now see exactly how much each attribute increased. Additionally, the player module on the right-hand side displays the weight gain, any abilities that upgraded, and if their development trait upgraded. So here we've got a screenshot that shows the Texas State Bobcats with Bo Sparks, 88 overall wide receiver. And I'll blow this up a little bit here. So first of all, visually, having the dev trait, that you can see their dev trait right here on the screen underneath their little player cutout. Great addition. Making it so I don't have to open up their player card in order to see their dev trait. Love that.
Yeah.
But also, you guys look right here in the training results, you can see literally next to each stat how much of a gain they got. Next to overall and next to all the individual stats, it literally says +1, +2, +6 next to each ability, telling you where each player improved and by how much.
I think that's something that we definitely needed for last year. That I'm glad that they added in for this year, because it was extremely annoying trying to figure out like who improved, who stayed the same, like what happened in after the off-season training. And with these new notifications, I mean, you'll be able to see plain as day, which I'm glad that they should have had it from the beginning, but like I said before, better late than never.
All right, so manual progression. We did touch on this last video, but so if you're looking for more direct route over how your players develop, you can enable manual progression in league settings. Manual progression is an individual team setting, so it does not require all members of an online dynasty to have the same setting. If you choose to enable manual progression, your players will earn skill points like normal. However, they will never automatically spend them to progress their attributes and abilities. You can see how many skill points each player has accumulated in the player module anywhere a player is shown in a spreadsheet or within their player card. So first of all, being able to see how many skill points they have, I want to know where. Okay, so it does show it on the player card underneath their overall rating. That was not in the beta. That's a marked improvement. Maybe one of a few improvements that might lead me to change my mind about what I had said I was going to do in my online leagues. To manually progress a player, just access their player card. Within the player card, you can spend their skill points to purchase ratings and physical abilities. If you only want to manually progress specific players, you can do so, and then automatically progress the rest of your roster by holding triangle on the roster screen. This will automatically progress all players who have skill points remaining using the standard auto progression logic. Manual progression can offer a significant advantage in shaping player growth. So when it's turned on, it comes with a default 25% progression nerf to help maintain balance. This nerf is fully customizable by the Dynasty Commissioner. It can be turned off completely or increased to 100% to fully prevent users from auto-progressing players. From manually progression players. That's a typo. So in the last video, I had mentioned that when I tested it in the beta, it didn't tell you how many points they had on the screen like it does up here. That's an improvement. Yeah. It didn't tell you when someone was able to upgrade. I'm not sure if they've made that a change. But it was just tedious to go into every player's player card to check and see if they had points. And then if they had points, go over here to this screen, see if they have enough points for the skill group that you want to upgrade. And then if they do, manually upgrade it. It also didn't have this right here where it says hold X to purchase. You just had to kind of guess whether or not. It was very tedious to do that for 85 players. With these improvements, I might reconsider, but my initial stance was I was just going to turn it off and have everyone use auto progressing, because I didn't want players who didn't have time to tediously go into every player card on their roster to check after every week to feel like they're at a disadvantage because someone else has more time to be able to go in and manually do it on every player every week after every game.
Right.
Jury's still out. Still need to test it, but what are your thoughts on it?
I actually like it because it makes I like having control over my roster. I hate leaving stuff up to the computer to do, because I just feel like they always do it like they don't do it right. So having the ability to fully assign what my players are gonna do, or what kind of abilities my players are gonna get, and what skills that they're gonna gain from the off season. I like it's just refreshing. I hated letting the CPU pick my players what my players get in 25, because a lot of times it wasn't what my team needed, or it was just irrelevant completely. So being able to have the ability to have full control over that is a very welcome change to what 25 had, because I'm always of the opinion that the CPU is dumb.
I mean, in my offline dynasties, I will 100% be using manual progression. I just felt like it might be too tedious for online dynasties because it was not intuitive at all. It was not easy to use at all, and I just didn't want people to feel pressured to have to spend more time than they have to do so.
I think
every advance.
But I think with this, with knowing this now, I would honestly be more inclined to have it be a 1-to-1 with, or even tell people that we're gonna do it that way, or make I would make it like a 1-to-1 with the regular progression.
If I keep both on, I'll probably still keep at least the default 25% XP penalty to keep things balanced, because EA has tested this extensively, and if they've settled on with the experience curve of being a 25% penalty keeping things balanced, I kind of trust that. But for me, it's either going to be,
I mean, you'll trust that, but you won't trust their default sliders.
I don't, because you and I know that their pass coverage sliders are based around the top 1% of competitive players for the last 5-6 years on Madden.
Yeah, I know.
It's not based around actual realism. Everything else is much better balanced than their pass coverage sliders. But no, for me, it's either going to be 25% penalty, and each user can do it however they want, or I'll put it up to 100% and tell people, listen, if you turn manual progression on, you're literally not going to get XP. So don't do it. I'll have to test it extensively. If I feel like it's intuitive and there's some ease of use that doesn't become a burden on casual players, then I'll let it be as it is. All right. Position changes. I have some thoughts on this. Position changes are a key part of building and evolving a roster in Dynasty Mode, but transitioning to a new role isn't always seamless. When a player moves to a new role, they must learn a new position and skill set, one that may not directly translate from the previous experience. While they can certainly grow into the role over time, that development doesn't happen overnight. To better reflect, now when a player changes position, they will only retain abilities that are shared between the previous archetype and the new one. Their skill group caps are also adjusted based on how closely the new position relates to their original one. For example, shifting a running back to wide receiver results in a smaller drop in development ceiling than moving that same player to offensive tackle. The farther apart the positions are in terms of required traits and responsibilities, the steeper the learning curve, which naturally limits their potential and current abilities. As you evaluate changing a player's position, the player module on the right side of the screen will display a preview of which abilities the player would retain at the selected position. The player's development trait will stay the same, ensuring the consistent growth rate as they adapt to their new role. So, a couple things here. So, this needed to be reworked because there was a easily abusable glitch in the 25 that it wasn't a glitch, it was just an exploit in a way, based on how things were working as intended. So in CFB 25, if you change a player's position from, let's just say, wide receiver to running back, or even more wild, you could go running back to defensive end, right? They would, of course, lose the running back abilities, but it would check to see what abilities they qualified for based on their stats at defensive end, and it would automatically give that to them. The reason this was an exploit was because you have to spend your upgrade points on either stat groups or abilities. You use the same resource, your upgrade coins, for both. Moving a player to a new position made it so that you didn't have to spend the points on the abilities that they were ready to get. It just gave them to you. So it was bad balancing in the sense that we want players to be able to move we want users to be able to move their players to other positions. It's a staple of college football. But doing so with that right there did make it slightly cheesy that if you recruit everyone for a different position and then move them, you're automatically giving them the abilities that they could get if that they could spend coins on at their new position. But the bigger exploit, and what was really frowned upon in Dynasty Mode leagues, was that, and this I think is considered a major exploit, which I tried to discourage people from doing, is you could take a running back, move him to wide receiver, and then move him back to running back, and it would just give him all of the abilities that he was available for him to purchase at running back. And there was no real way of regulating it other than hoping that your players, that the people in your leagues were honest. Because I didn't want to tell people, hey, you can't move players from one position to another because that's a staple of college football. But I also had no way of really regulating them getting these abilities. Now, in my opinion, the easiest way to fix this was just make it so that you didn't have to buy abilities. If it requires 97 change of direction and 96 acceleration to get platinum shifty from gold to platinum, then just make it so that when the person achieves 97 change of direction and 96 acceleration, that they just get platinum shifty upgraded from gold without having to spend the points on it. That fixes the exploit because now every player gets it without having to change positions, and it's no longer an exploit. They opted to go a different way with it. And I'm really concerned about it because, again, you should not penalize players for moving players' positions in a sport where it's a very common thing and a staple part of the sport. For example, Michigan moved wide receiver Mikey Sainristil to cornerback. Now, he excelled there. But what if he wanted to move back to wide receiver? What if the next year they had better depth because of the transfer portal at corner and not as good a depth at wide receiver, and he moves back to wide receiver? Under the new system, and it doesn't say explicitly here, but I am concerned. If he has Shifty and 50-50 at wide receiver and we move him to cornerback, and then the next season we decide to move him back to wide receiver based on depth needs of the team, based on the wording here, I believe he would not have Shifty and 50-50 at the levels that he had it previously. And I think that's wrong.
Yeah,
I feel
sounds like what they're doing, but yeah,
right.
I agree. It's wrong.
And I feel like they should retain whatever abilities that they had previously they would have if they were moved back to their original position. I'm okay with them not getting the new tiers that they don't have by moving position. For example, if Mikey Sainer still at wide receiver has 97 accelerate or 96 acceleration, 97 change of direction, but only has gold Shifty, and he did not spend the points to get platinum Shifty, if we move him to corner and then move him back, he should still have gold Shifty. I'm okay with him not getting platinum Shifty, but he should not then have no Shifty.
Right.
He should not then have to repurchase bronze, silver, and gold to get back to where he was previously. So
or at the very least,
I appreciate them addressing the exploit, but I feel like they're too harshly penalizing people that are not exploiting anything in their effort to fix the exploit when there was a much simpler fix.
At the very least, I would say they should just refund like the points from that position, so you can respend.
That would be fine too. That would be fine too. Refund the points that were used to buy the abilities at their previous position, so that they can then use those points on other abilities or stat upgrades at their new position.
Exactly.
It makes 100% sense, and I have zero problem with that. What I want is to not be penalized for you changing positions. I don't need extra bonuses or exploits changing positions. I just don't want to penalize people.
Right, and I agree with that completely. Like, it should be there's a better solution right in front of them, and they chose like the most drastic fix to it, which is just taking away all of the abilities,
and it
rather than just refunding the points that were spent already.
Because, like, it concerns me too for this reason. Okay, just using offensive line as an example. But yeah. I do this with offensive line. I do this with my linebackers and my defensive line and my DBs every year. I like to reevaluate my offensive line unit, my linebackers unit, and my defensive backs unit every year. To a lesser extent with defensive line, but more linebackers and DBs. So using offensive line as an example, I like to have pass protectors on the outside, power and agile on the inside. I would like what I would do every year, because there wasn't an exploit within the position group, is I would move all of my pass protectors to one position and all of my power and agile to another position. And the reason I would do this is then I would go to my pass protectors and I would put my top rated pass protector at left tackle, my second rated pass protector at right tackle. Then I would put my third highest pass protector at right tackle behind the second overall, so that they could have a position battle. I'd put my next highest behind my left tackle at second string, and I'd put the next highest behind my at left tackle, so there's a position battle there between second and third string. And I would alternate like this. For center guard and center and left guard and right guard, I would, again, put them all the power and agile offensive linemen I had at one position, and I would put my highest rated out of them at center, my second highest at left guard, my third highest at right guard, and so forth. And then sometimes through off-season development or in-season development, my backup right guard might progress farther than my starting left guard, right? So that's why I would reevaluate it every off-season. So sometimes my guy that was at center might be a guard this year. Also, what happens sometimes is during the season, or during the previous offseason, their skills increased to a point that they would change their archetype. So, for example, I might set up my offseason, my offensive line, like I just mentioned, in one offseason. Then through offseason training and during the next season, my agile left guard might increase his pass protection rating so much so that when I moved him to another offensive line position the next offseason, he's now a pass protector. So now I need to move him from guard to tackle. This is where it concerns me because I can still do everything that I just mentioned under the new system as it's described. But now if my agile guard becomes a pass protector and I want to put him at tackle, he's going to not retain any of his interior line abilities at tackle. And he's going to start over at tackle for abilities. But then the next season, if his abilities changed to where he goes back to an agile archetype and I want to move him inside, he now no longer has the interior abilities that he had before the previous one. I don't like this. It limits my ability to put my best players in the position groups at the positions within the group that I want them. And I did the same thing to a lesser extent with linebackers, wanting my best pass rushers on the outside and my best run stoppers on the inside. I did the same thing at defensive backs, where I wanted my fastest defensive backs with at corner, and I wanted my best zone coverage backs at strong safety. And and I would reevaluate my defensive backs as an entire unit, and now I feel like I'm going to get penalized for doing that. I don't need them. I don't need the exploit bonuses, but I don't want to be penalized for doing that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not a huge fan of this change either, but I mean it's what they thought was best to curb that exploit. So I mean, there's not really there's not really much we can really. I don't really have a bunch to say about it myself because I never really like moved players around too much. I just moved them to where I needed them, so it wasn't really like a huge detriment to me. So, like this change isn't going to be a huge effect on me moving forward because usually I set my players once I recruit them where they're going to be, and that's generally where they stay for the most part.
Right. Well, but it's even like so for in recruiting, I would just recruit pass protectors and move them to tackle. But now if I recruit a guard out of high school that's got a couple abilities and I move him to tackle, well, I just X-nade on his fucking abilities. So like,
right, yeah,
it's just stupid, dude. Like there's an easier fix. Anyway, let's move on. Managing wear and tear. Much like a boxer, a football player's body can only take so many hits before it starts to break down. It's not just about whether a player is injured. It's about how their body responds to the physical demands of the season. Every hit adds up, and as our friend OG says, not all hits are created equal. I don't think that's the content, whatever. Some players are able to endure the wear and tear over the long term, while others wear down over the weight of repeated impacts. In College Football 26, every player now has season and career health pools that determine how much wear and tear damage they can recover in a single season and over the course of their career. Each time a player recovers wear and tear damage, it draws from these pools. Once the season health pool is depleted, that player can no longer recover wear and tear damage until the offseason when they will fully recover. We saw the effects of season health play out last year in last year's national championship game. Entering this matchup, Notre Dame's quarterback had logged a career-high 167 rushing attempts on the season, 53 of those coming in just the last 3 games. On the opening drive, he led an 18-play, 75-yard touchdown march, carrying the ball 9 more times. That drive alone added a significant amount of wear and tear, and when combined with the workload he had taken on all season, it was clear his body had started to break down. From that point forward, his performance dipped noticeably, and he wasn't the same player for the rest of the game. At the end of each season, the pool replenishes. However, the size of the pool is determined by how full it was at the end of the season. For example, a player who finishes the season with their health pool nearly empty will begin the next year with a significantly smaller season health pool. This reflects the physical wear they carried over the course of the season. Conversely, a player who finished the year with a pool that is almost full will begin the next year with an almost identical health pool size. You will be able to see the impacts of a player's season health on career health bar. Wait, excuse me. Let me start that again. You will be able to see the impacts of a player's season health on their career health bar over the course of the season. In effect, you are now having to manage a player's career clock. How heavily a player is used from year to year will significantly impact their longevity, adding a new layer of decision-making and wear and tear management week to week and season to season. You can view a player's season health anywhere that wear and tear is displayed. This year, we have also updated the player module to include a wear and tear subpanel that can be accessed with the right stick. This allows you to quickly view a player's wear and tear health at a glance. Auto subs. Okay, sorry, that's the next thing.
Yeah, so I do not like that. I mean, it's good for those people who want like a full simulation experience, but like me personally, I do not like that. I mean, I understand the idea behind it. You want to make it more of this, add more simulation to the game, adding a closer, more close to realistic effect on players like fatigue and wear and tear throughout the season. I understand that, but I just personally, I don't like the fact that it gets so if you use them more throughout the season, that the ensuing seasons they get progressively worse.
Well, it's not that they get worse. It's that if you run them into the ground, then the size of their pool over the course of their career gets smaller. But if you correctly manage it so that they're not run into the ground by the end of the season, then it doesn't really have an effect on future seasons. So I do kind of like it. My initial reaction when I first saw the seasonal health thing was that I didn't like it. But the more I thought about it, knowing that there are health pool and recovery sliders for how big your health pool is, for how much you recover between plays, snaps, drives, quarters, halftimes, and week to week. Knowing that there's sliders there, I feel like we're going to be able to manage it just fine.
I mean, the thing that I don't like is the fact that if you deplete the seasonal health, that you start the next season with significantly less. I don't
That's
like
only
that
if you
part.
deplete it all the way.
Well, they said that if you the lower it is, the less you get in the next season.
Specifically, what they said is if you let me read it.
It said the less you have at the end of the season is the less that you start with at the beginning of the next season.
Right, but that's not exactly what they said. So what they said was a player who finishes the season with their health pool nearly empty will begin the next season with significantly smaller season health pool.
So
However, a player
means
who is almost full will begin the next year with almost identical health pool size. So this is realistic in football in the sense that, and especially specifically with running backs, but you'll see this reflected in NFL evaluations too, where if a running back they consider how many snaps they've taken, how many hits they've taken, how were they used, because they look at running backs like a tire and how much tread they have left on the tire based on how much they were used.
Right.
And that's true. It's true for all positions, but it's truer for positions like running back more so than any other position. And they're trying to replicate that. So I understand it is real. And it highlights the importance of rotation.
Yeah, I was going to say my final thoughts are like you said, like it's gonna incentivize and more emphasize the need to rotate and sub in and out your players throughout the season, because otherwise you're going to end up with you're not going to really have a great team coming into the following season if you just run them ragged all year.
Right, and it also, there may be even like you're coming up against a team playing Kennesaw State or Kent State, you may want to bench your starters after one quarter, or even for the full game. Just put your starters in right at the beginning. you may want to do that for multiple reasons, not only to get more experience for your backups and help with snap count and playing time deal breakers, but to give your to let your starters at running back, quarterback, receiver, whatever, have an entire week extra to recover for their health pool.
Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah. If you come up against like a lower tier team, then it might be worth it just to run your backups for that game and not really like run your starters as much. Like
Right.
like you still want to get them snaps through the game, but you want to. It might be a week where you like basically treat your offense and defense as basically roundabouts. Like one guy goes in, one guy like just keep rotating them around
Right,
throughout the
exactly.
entire game.
But yeah, so I mean, like I said, to sum it up again, just repeating, my initial reaction was that I didn't like it, but now knowing the control that we have over sliders, with auto subs, with formation subs, with all of that stuff, I think it's going to be manageable. We just have to find the right combination of sliders.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, so let's see. So auto subs. Auto subs now incorporate wear and tear strategies by position, giving you control over how players are rotated in and out during the game based on accumulated wear and tear damage. There are 4 sub strategies that you can choose from. Keep fresh, prioritize rotating players out early to limit accumulated wear and tear damage.
I think we went over
approach.
I think we went over this with the gameplay deep dive.
We did, but it goes into more detail here. But for those that didn't see the video, real quick, normal balanced approach that will keep a steady rotation. Grinded out players, they'll stay on the field even when they have incurred significant wear and tear damage. In custom, where you manually set the sliders. So as detailed in the gameplay deep dive, we've also added a suite of wear and tear sliders that give you full control over how wear and tear behaves across Dynasty and gameplay. These settings let you fine-tune how much wear and tear is applied based on tackle type, such as normal tackles versus hit sticks, how much is recovered during the game, including per play at quarter breaks or halftime, and how much players recovered during weak advances in Dynasty. So that's what we went over before. So not going to spend too much time on it, but there's some cool new screenshots here that you can see.
Yeah.
College football is constantly changing, and Dynasty Mode needs to evolve with it. This year, we've added Missouri State and Delaware, expanding to 136 teams that you can start your Dynasty with. While we will always look to stay current in the ever-changing world of college football, we are also focused on expanding the depth of Dynasty Mode, building a more complete and immersive world through better access to stats, deeper historical tracking, storylines, and ongoing quality of life improvements that make reduced friction reduce friction. There's a typo somewhere in there in your Dynasty experience.
That makes
part of college football history. Well, it could be that may reduce friction, or it may be like make reducing friction. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
One of the most powerful parts of Dynasty Mode is looking back, reliving the moments, debating the greats, and remembering the champions that shaped your. Whoever wrote this section of the deep dive needs some help. And remembering the champions that shaped your dynasties of the past, whether it's your boss telling you about his sweet 2-star recruit that won the 3 Heismans and a national championship at a small school, or arguments with friends over whose team was truly the best. Those memories are what make Dynasty Mode special. In College Football 26, we're introducing College Football History, which is accessible from the Stats and Records tab of the Dynasty Hub. This is your hub for the legacy of the sport and your dynasty. From Yale winning the very first national championship in 1869 to every moment you create across your 30-year dynasty. By the way, why is it capped at 30? We had like 50 or 60-year dynasties back in NCAA. Why 30? Come on. All right. College football history features. National champions going back to 1869 include including split national champions. Conference champions. So there's a tab in the game that literally lets you look over the history of college football. Conference champions dating back to 1896, including historical conferences no longer in existence. For each national and conference champion, you'll be able to see the year they won the championship, their top 25 ranking, season record, and the name of the coach that won the championship. This is actually more detailed than it was even in the beta. If this was a championship game, you will also be able to see the losing team, their top 25 ranked, season record, and the score of the game. 21 individual player and coach award winners, for example, historical Heisman Trophy and Bear Bryant Coach of the Year winners. Within the college football history tab, Oh my god, this is making my brain hurt with this.
So to summarize it, there is a tab that goes over everything that happened in the last 30 years of college football award-wise and playoff-wise.
Yes, but whoever wrote this, come on now.
Yeah, just to summarize this part, like that's basically what it is. It's gonna show you the last 30 years of awards and the last 30 years of playoff.
Well, it's more than 30 years. It shows you literally going back to the beginning of the sport. But it will include the stuff that you do in your dynasty.
Right. So it's just a tab to show you the history of college football.
Yeah.
When it comes to like awards and playoffs and whatnot.
Yeah, and it's very detailed. Now you can also so here's something that's interesting. Hold on. Okay.
I mean,
so speaking of awards and college,
left, but I'm just trying to help keep us moving.
No, you're fine. And speaking of awards, in College Football 26, we've added 14 authentic awards, including the Maxwell Award and the Walter Camp Award. Interesting thing here. So the awards, like the Maxwell and the Walter Camp, were not included in last year's game because the awards are actually owned by a separate entity than the NCAA, and they were not able to come to an agreement on licensing value for them to include it in the game. That's why last year you only got like the best running back, the best quarterback, whatever. So they've actually struck a deal with most of the independent award licensing, the company that owns the companies that own the licensing rights for them. I think I saw a post which was funny that they said they had struck a deal with all but two. And literally the foundation that owns the rights to one of the two that they hadn't commented on the thread and was like, hey, who do I contact? So maybe we'll have all of them in there, but as of the write-up of this, it had 14. So in addition to college football history, you can now view all of a player's awards and accolades from their player card. Within the player card, go to the More tab and then Stats. Once you are within the Stats screen, filter to Awards. This will show all of their individual awards like Heisman trophies, conference championships, and national championship, All-American, and all-conference selections, how many times they have been National and Conference Player of the Week, and their transfer history.
See, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That'll definitely make like doing my promo write-ups a lot easier, being able to go through and actually look up the awards that players have.
I need to step away for just a second again.
Alrighty. Yeah, I mean, I like that addition. I mean, I'm not super big on I'm not really huge on needing to know like the entire history of college football when it comes to awards or like the national championship winners from the past. It will make it easier to call people out when they try to state that their team had awards in certain years that they may not have, or had more awards than a certain team. I mean, then I can just boot up college football and look it up if I don't want to Google it. But I mean, it's a neat addition for the people who like that sort of thing. It's not my cup of tea personally, but I can see the value in it for those that like that aspect of the game. As for what we've gone over so far, not huge on the new fatigue or the new wear and tear system. The fact that especially like the seasonal wear and tear, not huge on that. I just feel like it's gonna be more like, to me, in my head, it seems like it's gonna be more of a detriment than a positive. But I can understand like the value in it especially for it, trying to encourage people to rotate more often. He's back, so we'll get back to the document, and I don't know how many pages we have left here.
Sorry about that, guys. I helped take care of my mother. She needed me to help her do something out in the other room real quick. I'm sorry.
Oh, speaking of that, if you could, in the description, there is a link to his GoFundMe. If you guys are able to, feel free to click on that, check it out after the video. If you have any questions on it, just feel free to reach out to Kinetik on X or whatever platform you're able to DM him on. I'm sure he'd be more than happy to explain the situation if you're a little skeptical about it.
Absolutely. I am 100% happy to be as transparent as possible. On the GoFundMe link, I try to give updates whenever I've got a bunch of new news and developments in both my situation and my mother's with her cancer, and mine with my multiple surgeries that I need. And I try to be as transparent both with what we need as well as what I use the money for. I don't want anybody to be skeptical about the legitimacy of it, or wonder, if it's actually being used to help with what I say it is. So I'm open book on that, and I appreciate everyone that even takes the time to look at it, share it out, or donate. And every little bit helps. It doesn't matter if you donate $5 or $500. I appreciate every bit, 100%. We're in the home stretch. We just got to get through the next few months, hopefully, and we should be okay once the disability gets approved. So, but all right. So to get back in, I appreciate you bringing that up, Lichemax.
Yeah, no problem.
Getting back into this, numbers don't lie. Just like you, the community, we're stat junkies. We believe the numbers tell the story. This year, we've expanded stat tracking across players, teams, and conferences to give you a fuller, more detailed view of performance throughout Dynasty Mode. In College Football 25, it can be difficult to understand how conference tiebreakers were resolved or why one team advanced over another. This year, we've made it a priority to bring clarity and transparency to that process. The updated logic is designed to better align with how real-world conferences settle their standings and to ensure outcomes make sense at a glance. First, we look at so this is the improved tiebreaker logic. First, we look at the head-to-head records between tied teams. If the teams didn't all play each other or the head-to-head doesn't resolve the tie, we check the team's record against common conference opponents. If they are still tied, we use the CFP ranking to determine placement. Tiebreaker example. It gives an example here of team A, B, and C. I'm not going to go through all the math of it, but you guys can see it here on the screen. You can check it out in the campus huddle if you'd like. But basically, they've improved how the logic takes into account the different tiebreakers to get better results for who goes to the playoffs and who doesn't.
Which is great, because before it was basically just a randomizer if you went or not, if it was a tiebreaker.
This will be interesting. This is titled Stat Padding. We've also added deeper stat tracking for both individual players and entire teams. The box score now displays the total number of plays and yards per play. We've also added new metrics within the season stats, career stats, and team stats screen, all accessible from the stats and records tab in the Dynasty Hub. For quarterbacks, touchdown percentage, number of touchdowns divided by the number of pass attempts, sack rate, interception percentage, touchdown to interception ratio, net yards per attempt, adjusted net yards per pass attempt. For running backs, fumble rate. For punters, touchback percentage. Team stats, and these are all the ones that are new to the game that'll be tracked from now on.
Oh, that's
Team
awesome.
stats also track now total yards per game, rushing yards per game, passing yards per game, yards per play. On defense, yards allowed per game, rush yards allowed per game, pass yards allowed per game, points allowed per game, and sacks per game. Penalties per game and penalty yards per game, as well as games played. All right, so it's just nice quality of life. More information is always good. In College Football 26, we've overhauled positions and archetypes across the game to bring them in line with the way modern college football is played. Positions have been updated to reflect current day schemes and terminology. We've made key positional updates to reflect how teams align in today's game. Defensive ends are now edge rushers. Outside linebackers are labeled as Sam or Will. We still need Sam or Will. Pass rushing archetype, with Mike replacing middle linebacker. These roles better reflect real-world defensive structures and responsibilities. We've also introduced support for smarter formation-based movement, so players adjust their alignment based on your defensive front. Additional depth chart updates include long snapper, gadget for trick play specialists, and nose tackle, specifically used in 3-4 fronts. Another way to fix what I'm complaining about is make it so if you want all edge players, whether the linebacker or or defensive end to be the edge position, then make it so that defensive play calls that have outside linebackers rushing, put in my second string defensive ends at those positions.
I mean, you might be able to do that.
If they can do that, great. If I call a 3-4 rushing scheme where I'm blitzing 5 players from the line and the outside, if I can put my defensive ends to be one or my edge rushers, that formerly defensive ends, to be in all 4 of those outside rushing positions, I'm okay with it. To my knowledge, there's no way to do that.
I mean, there is a way to do that. The dynamic substitution menu in the game. If you know you're going to be calling that kind of a play.
Not really, because I don't normally know I'm calling that type of play until I see the formation that and the personnel that the.
Well, right, but a lot of times with the yards to gain, you can kind of like estimate about what they're going to call based on where they end up.
I don't like guessing that much. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's a way, but yeah, it's not a perfect way.
Anyway, to continue here, we also took a hard look at every archetype in College Football 25 and found that many didn't fully capture how college players move, play, and contribute. Some players fell between styles, while others had skill sets unique enough to deserve their own identity. For example, a gadget wide receiver. To address this, we've expanded to 59 total archetypes, each with its own unique combination of physical abilities. In addition to adding new archetypes, we also reworked our existing ones to better represent the full range of play styles and roles within each position. Some positions, like wide receiver, now feature 7 unique archetypes, each designed to capture a distinct play style. Here's a breakdown of what makes each one unique. So this is just the wide receiver archetypes. I would like and hope that at some point they would put out a list like this for every archetype. But just to give an example here, speedster, a pure burner who takes the top off the defense, not a technician, but lethal in open space.
So that would be like formerly deep threat.
Maybe. Route artist, precise, smooth, and always open, wins with footwork and timing.
So that would be previous playmaker.
Which was not in college last year.
Right.
Physical. Well, no, I would say that's route runner in the previous one. Physical route runner, big-bodied and technical, but not fast. Great for contested third downs. So elusive route runner, shifty before and after the catch, combines smooth routes with elite yards after catch ability.
So like slot.
Gritty possession, tough, reliable, and physical, ideal for option offenses and run blocking on the perimeter. Gadget receiver, a do-it-all player who might take snaps at quarterback or running back, built for trick plays and misdirection.
See, I'm going to need some of those.
Contested specialist, dominates tight coverage, high points the ball, and wins in jump ball. I agree with you on the gadget. My concern with the gadget specialty is that I'm not sure will it automatically, like, for example, let's say I have a gadget receiver. Will it automatically put that receiver into the right receiver spot on the field when I call a double pass? Will it automatically put him in into the right position on wildcat formations? Will it automatically, you know what I'm saying? Like, I worry that there's not enough fluidity between the position and the depth chart and the play call itself.
Which I mean, that's probably where the gadget position comes in.
Well, I hope so. I hope it's intuitive that if I call a double pass rail, that it will put him in at the wide receiver that's going to get the double pass. If it is, then it's awesome.
I mean, we'll find out once the game releases. We can do some testing with that to see how that works.
Right. Well, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. So, like, I'm just hoping that they did it right. But then there's contested specialist, dominates tight coverage, high points the ball, and wins the jump ball in jump ball scenarios. So that's going to be now. What's the difference between a contested specialist, a gritty possession, and a physical route runner?
I would imagine the size of the receiver itself. Like,
but listen to the descriptions. They give you the same. At least for me, they bring the same mental image of a player to forefront. So listen, real quick. Big-bodied and technical, but not fast. Great for contested third downs. Second,
I would imagine
tough,
that
reliable,
one.
and physical, ideal for option offenses and run blocking on the perimeter. Contested specialist, dominates tight coverage, high points the ball, and wins in jump ball scenarios. Okay, so maybe not gritty possession, but physical route runner and contested specialist sound like the same thing to me. They're big, they're not as fast, they're good at high pointing the ball in contested catch situations and winning jump balls.
So I would imagine that like the one, uh, the bottom one, I forgot what it was already.
Contested specialist.
Contested specialist would be like someone who's like a taller receiver that can jump, and the other one would be like
but the other
like
one
probably,
says big-bodied and technical, not fast, great for contested third down.
I would imagine
Does
that one
the
would
same image to mind.
I like big-bodied would be like I would say similar to like a Blake Corum kind of receiver, if that
Blake
makes
Corum
sense.
was 5'8".
I know, but he was wide.
I don't think we're going to see wide receivers regardless.
I mean, they're called wide receivers.
Not for that reason. We're not going to see wide
I know what you
body
mean.
receivers.
I know what you mean, but I mean that's kind of what I'm envisioning when you read that description. It's like maybe not like a tiny guy, but you know like a mid height receiver who's like a little stocky. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I guess a good example would be Puka Nacua.
Yeah, but which one would he be? Because he could fit either one of those.
Well, right. I would say
he could also fit gritty possession, tough, reliable, and physical.
I would say that he if I were to have to put him in one category, he would fit the first one more than that last one. You know what I mean? Like he can play all three, but he would fit that first one more.
All right, so formation subs. One of the things that makes college football so dynamic is the variety of formations and alignments across different programs. Each week, college coaches find creative ways to use personnel, designing packages that create mismatches and exploit opponent team weaknesses. Formation subs brings that same flexibility, allowing you to assign specific players to specific formations. This is a great way to take advantage of the new position archetypes. Within formation subs, you will be allowed to set up 50 formation subs per team. I don't like that that's a limit. Subs will persist season to season unless the players leave the team or you change the teams. If you switch playbooks, any formation shared between the old and new playbook will retain their assigned subs. Give us the ability to set. See, this is my biggest problem here. Custom playbooks currently cannot be set as your coach's default playbook. In Madden, you can only set formation subs for your coach's default playbook. Therefore, if you use a custom playbook, setting formation subs is useless. They used to allow us to set custom playbooks as our coach's their default playbook. They don't anymore. I need to be able to use formation subs in my custom book and not just in the formations that it shares with another book that I have to set as the default book. Set it so that we can set our custom playbooks as the coach's default book so we can set formation subs for our entire playbook.
I am in full agreement with you there. I think that's a missed feature that they should have added in. It wouldn't have been too difficult to add in.
No, it shouldn't be difficult at all. I'll tell you what makes why it's difficult for them. I can tell you why it's difficult. Because they have tied the coach's default playbook to their sim logic. That's why what playbook you're playing with matters so much in whether your team wins in simulation or not. And they cannot preset a calculation for a custom book into the sim logic. Here's the easy fix. Untie the default playbook from the sim logic and instead bring in schemes and tie the scheme to it. Set a value for the scheme fit to the sim logic so that it's not tied to, so we can still have custom schemes. Don't set, so we can only do like specific preset schemes. Set it to the scheme fit of the team instead of the playbook. And if you do that, that frees up being able to set custom books as the default book, and it lets you have custom schemes if you tie it instead to the scheme fit. Fit percentage.
Yeah, I agree, because like I would really like to be able to set like formation subs ahead of time, so that way I have like the players set to come in for the specific plays I want them to come in on, rather than me having to make those alterations at the play call screen.
Right, exactly. Anyways, moving on. Scheduling in college football has become more complex than ever, and in College Football 26, we've revisited how custom conferences work to ensure that your scheduling choices hold up across multi-year dynasties. As part of this reassessment, we identified that some custom conference combinations were mathematically impossible to support within the scheduling system. To maintain a long-term
Notre Dame.
To maintain long-term schedule integrity, those edge cases have been removed from the custom conference matrix. As a part of custom conferences, you can now set protected opponents, giving you the ability to lock in annual matchups regardless of divisional alignment. Want to ensure Michigan plays Ohio State every year, no matter how your Big Ten realignment shakes out? Now you can. The problem with this is that the protected opponents should be across all conferences, not just within your own conference. For example, Florida has rivalries with Florida State and Miami, who are in the ACC. They also have a rivalry with another Florida team that's in a G5 conference. Why should Florida not be able to set Florida State or Miami as a protected thing? That even expands it and allows you to have a protected rivalry outside of your conference. Like, why is this not a thing? Why is it limited just to conferences within
Because you can.
I don't like it.
Because you can just schedule those games.
No, you can't. Not always. You can't always do that, because when it generates the schedule, right?
Yeah.
Let's just use Florida, Miami, and Florida State. Let's assume that we wanted all three to play both of the other teams every year. When it generates the base schedule with their conference schedules, if they don't have the same weeks open, you can't schedule them as an out-of-conference game.
Right.
So if you have them protected, then it will make sure that when it generates the schedule, it would generate one or two of your out-of-conference games by default as that game. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it would generate your conference schedule around those. So anyway, most conference configurations can support one or two protected opponents per team, depending on the number of teams in the conference, whether divisions are enabled or disabled, and the number of conference games played each season. Some conference configurations and setups will not be able to support protected opponents due to scheduling being mathematically impossible. To use protected opponents, open the conference rules. Okay, but it's self-evident how to do it when you're in.
Right, yeah.
Whether you're building a new super conference from scratch or preserving the rivalries that define college football, protected opponents gives you the tools to keep most meaningful games in the schedule every year. The other issue is that it's not very, you can't just, you can't see the picture here, but in the screenshot here, you can see next to each school, you got two squares, and you can highlight each square, and in those squares, you can set the team. The problem is that, you have to swap it with another school, right? So let's say, for example, in this picture right here, let's say you wanted to set up a Penn State and Ohio State protected game, right? Well, you can't. Because if you go to Penn State, and let's say you were going to swap out their rivalry with Maryland for Ohio State, you have to pick another Ohio State square to swap it with Maryland. But there's only one Ohio State square in this picture. Or, well, there's two, I guess. There's two, but then it's Illinois and Michigan. So which one are you taking it away from? Why can't I just set it?
I would take Illinois away because...
Right. Obviously you would, but I'm saying you shouldn't have to. You should just be able to click on the square and then select it from the team selection screen. Instead of having to click this square, go find the team you want in another square for another team and swap them.
Right.
So anyway, scheduling updates. That's just my opinion. Maybe people feel different. I don't know. Scheduling updates. All known future season games, including kickoff games, have been added through 2040, ensuring that teams follow their actual schedules year over year. So Notre Dame, you can't dodge us even in the video game. When the rivalry comes back in 2032, we're going to kick your ass again. This includes updates to annual games like Florida versus Georgia, which will no longer be played in Jacksonville for the 26 and 27 seasons. We've also updated conference rotations for both the MAC and Conference USA to reflect their latest real-world alignment and expansion. The world of college football is ever-changing, and in College Football 26, we are excited that you will have the opportunity to experience the new playoff format in Dynasty before you experience it in real life. This offseason, the College Football Playoff has changed its format so that now the top 4 teams in the College Football Playoff rankings are the ones that receive the first-round byes. Previously, the byes were awarded to the 4 highest-ranked conference champions. So now it's just straight seeding, which is great because it would have made last year's playoffs a lot better, and it will improve them in the game.
Yeah.
All right, quality of life. We've added a number of improvements that make it easy to navigate, manage, and access key information within your dynasty. Quick access to player info. Anytime a player appears in a spreadsheet, you can now press triangle or Y to open their player card, or R3, right stick to view their stats and awarded history.
That is a great addition because it was super annoying to have to go and do
navigate all the way through the menus back to
Yeah.
Player stats and attributes are everywhere. Now, anywhere a player appears in a spreadsheet, you will be able to see their season stats on the player module. This makes it easy to compare award candidates on the award watch list. The second new panel is player attributes, which shows 6 attributes that are key to the player's position. So you can't see it here, but it's showing an example of Zachariah Branch from the Heisman Trophy screen. And when you highlight Zachariah Branch down in the right corner, there's now 4 tabs instead of 2. And the one it's showing here shows his season stats. It shows he has 101 catches, 1,542 yards, etc. right there on his player module.
That is a great addition because that was super annoying to have to figure out like why they were in the Heisman race to begin with.
Right.
Then you'd have to like look and see where they are. Then you have to go back to.
But it's saying that those stats are going to be available. So if you go into your roster and you're looking at them,
right? Yeah.
Or more importantly to me, the fact that you can see these and their dev traits now in the encourage players to transfer thing.
Yeah.
So you can make sure you're not cutting the guy with elite dev over to keep a guy that has normal dev that didn't produce it all last season.
Right. Yeah.
All right, so development traits in the player module. In addition to the 2 new player module panels, you can now view a player's dev trait in the ability subpanel. Note the development trait will only be viewable for players on your team. Quick access to team schedules within the conference standings and top 25 polls screen. You can now press triangle or Y on a team view on a team to view. Come on, guys, typos. On a team to view their full schedule and quickly compare resumes. Members tab. I'm sorry.
Actually, real quick, if anyone's watching this back and you feel bad for these the writer for this article, I think we should all scrape together and gift them a membership to Grammarly. Not sponsored.
All right, so this is actually pretty cool. So for online leagues, the members tab in the Dynasty Hub, and I did see this on the beta, but since I didn't play online with anyone, I couldn't do anything here. But in Dynasty Hub, we have added a new tab called Members. The Members tab lets you see every user in your online Dynasty or every coach character in your offline Dynasty. For each team, it shows their username, team, top 25 rank, current week matchup, and result, platform, online status, and whether they're ready to advance. As a commissioner, the Members tab is now where you will make all of your commissioner actions like adding or removing users, toggling autopilot, promoting or demoting commissioners, transferring Dynasty ownership to another user, and inviting new users to join the Dynasty. So they basically separated the Members tab. I'm sorry, the Members screen to its own tab. So some of the information that you went there to see, like their team, their record, their who they're playing and stuff like that, now you can see right on the front screen because it has a Members tab at the top in between actions and CFB. And then the commissioner tools part of the member screen is still on the member screen.
I like that.
Crossplay, we can play crossplay now.
Hey, crossplay's in the game, folks.
Okay, so real quick to anybody that does run an online dynasty, if you want to run crossplay, you have to enable it in the league settings.
Yep.
All right, so pre-order bonus. To give players a head start on building their program, all pre-orders of College Football 26 will receive a bonus of 100 coach points when you start a dynasty. This bonus applies to every dynasty you start and is in addition to the 1,000 coach points you can earn over time through progression, giving you an early edge when shaping your coaching identity. We also know that not every league wants to start with these bonuses, so commissioners will have the option to enable or disable pre-order bonuses within league settings.
Okay, I highly recommend we disable that, because otherwise it'll give those who pre-ordered it an unfair advantage.
Yep. All right, so it's I might not disable it in the first league I'm going to start, because that's literally only the people that pre-ordered it are going to be playing it.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah. So, but for the ones that start later, I probably will. All right. All right. So it's the little things that bring everything together. Subtle touches that elevate the experience. Here are a few of the little things that we have added this year. Dynamic time of day. As Christian described in the presentation deep dive, college football, which is another one we haven't done, I'll do a separate video for that.
Yeah.
College Football 26 introduces dynamic time of day. Within Dynasty Mode, the calendar date will impact the sun positioning and lighting. Now, a 5 p.m. game in September will be brighter with a higher sun when compared to a 5 p.m. game in November at the same stadium. It doesn't say here, but this also is based on location as well. Anybody who's lived in Michigan knows that during September, it doesn't get dark until 10 o'clock here. However, in Tennessee in September, it gets dark at 8 or 7 or something like that. This is also in the game.
Between 8 or 9.
Okay, but this is also in the game. So it literally takes your geographical location and time of the year into account for the lighting, the dynamic lighting for the time of day that you're playing your game. That's crazy.
So
that is a crazy amount of detail.
Yeah, so that also means if you're playing in December in Michigan by 7 p.m., it's going to be basically, sorry, not by 7 p.m., by 6:30 it's going to be night. And
the sun will have a different position in the sky relative to the stadium if you are in Michigan versus if you are in Oregon in the same day. So it's a crazy amount of detail. It's awesome. Super Sim tempo adjustments. Teams who run up-tempo style of play will now have an increased number of snaps during their game, better reflecting their style of play. This is if you Super Sim.
Yeah.
Broken records feedback. When a player on your team breaks a single game season or career record, you will now receive a full screen takeover celebrating their achievement. Awesome addition. One thing that I want to know if they fixed is, because there are leagues that and I haven't had to do this in my leagues, but that have to put in rules to limit players from using hurry up and no huddle game plans, because it literally gets around league settings of play cooldown and play limits. So it really hamstrings the players that like to use that style, because by necessity we have to limit those styles.
Well, also, if you're using, I feel like hurry up kind of fixes itself with the new wear and tear system, because if you're running hurry up or up tempo, you're not gonna they're gonna get tired a lot faster.
Yeah, but that's not the issue. That's not the issue. The issue is,
I know the issue is play call limit, but if you're if you're running that,
you set a 3 play call limit, and I'm on my last availability for that play, I can continuously hurry up for an entire drive and run it 6 more times. Wear and tear doesn't get around that. But I do think that there is a potential. They may have implemented a fix for it. So anybody that played College Football 25 and Madden 25 knows that the hurry up system was a little different. In College Football 25, if you hold hurry up button, it literally just rushes you back to the line and defaults you with the same play you ran last time, and audibles, where you can audible. In Madden, if you hurry up, it pulls up no, it doesn't. It hurries you back to the line, but it pulls up the play selection screen.
Not against user opponents.
Okay, well, if they implement that against user opponents, that fixes it. That gets around the play call thing because now that you can't select that same play again.
Yeah.
So
Against
anyway.
user opponents in Madden, it doesn't bring you it doesn't bring up to the play call select. It brings you back to the line, and then you have that same play in audibles.
Okay, we are almost done. All right, so the other few of the little things. Coach stats. Within the coach stats screen, you can now see offensive and defensive coordinator stats. Force win update. When forcing a win or loss, it now says the name of the team you are forcing to win. A win for, so you no longer have to guess which team is home or away.
That some of you who haven't commissioned a league before may not see that as a huge value add, but for the ones who have commissioned a league, like me and Kinetik, that is a huge deal. Because trying to figure out
made that mistake, and I know somebody that made it literally the first time that they.
Well, I mean, we also both know someone who made that mistake numerous times on both Madden and has and probably still will.
The very first time that I
was I wasn't talking about you. I wasn't talking about you for this one.
I know. The very first time that I played a Madden League game ever was against the person you're talking about. And he was the commissioner. I didn't even know what force wins were. He disconnected, was supposed to give me the force win over him, and the next week after he advanced, I had a loss.
Yeah, but yeah, hopefully, I mean, with this addition alone, that's gonna solve a lot of headaches with the less than intelligent. Well, I guess not necessarily less than intelligent, but the commissioners who don't pay close enough attention.
All right, so here's one. Combined opponent record. When viewing a team's schedule, you can now see their combined opponent record, giving you a quick snapshot of their strength of schedule. So if you and I are playing in week 10, and let's say we're currently tied for our conference record, maybe we both have one loss, or I have one loss and you have two losses, and if you beat me, we'll be tied. Well, then we'll have the same record. So then it's going to go to strength of schedule. You can see a snapshot of the last 10 or 11 opponents I had, and you can see the combined win-loss record of all of my previous opponents to see how tough of a schedule I had. Advanced week confirmation. A confirmation pop-up will now appear when you go to advance to the next week, helping prevent accidental clicks that could cost you a national championship.
I like that.
Sim 2 points. When advancing the week, you can now sim to any week in the season rather than to only specific weeks.
So they could have had that in the whole time.
Yep. Red shirt updates. Players can now play in postseason games without them counting against the red shirt eligibility that should have been in the game to begin with. Additionally, now when you redshirt a player, it will not reset the entire depth chart. Thank God.
Yeah.
Because the smart way to do it, which I was doing for a short time last year, was don't redshirt at the beginning of the season. Wait until they've played 4 games and then redshirt them. Or 3 games, and if you want them available for the bowl game, and then redshirt them. But every time you put a new redshirt on somebody, it reset your depth chart. It was so fucking annoying.
I agree.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So instead, it will only alter the positions that the player was in the depth chart for. Thank you. Scouting ability info. If you'd like to know more about what an ability is when scouting a player, you can highlight the ability on the right side panel, and it will display a tooltip informing you of what that ability does.
Why didn't we always have this? Because you have no idea how annoying it was to see just random pictures and go, I wonder what that is. Oh well.
Right.
Or have to Google it to figure out what it was, when you could just have it to where I could just highlight it and figure out what it is.
Lichemax, I'm going to tell you right now that regardless of the wording of this next tooltip, it is still not Spreadsheet Simulator. We've increased the number of rows you can see in multiple spreadsheet screens. The prospect list and transfer portal spreadsheets now display 600 rows instead of 300. The player season and career stats screens now display 700 rows of stats, giving you better insight into the nation's best players.
So what you're telling me is, and it's said several times, because this is a simulation game and it just said spreadsheet like 6 times in a row, so it is Spreadsheet Simulator.
I disagree with this, but okay.
I mean, this document says otherwise.
On to what I believe is the final point here. Team Builder. All right. So when we launched Team Builder last year, we were blown away by the creativity and passion from the community. It was incredible to watch players not only build their own teams, but also help others bring their fantasy creations to life with templates and other assets. We love seeing everything you put together, and you can't wait to see what you build next. Just like Dynasty Mode, Team Builder is part of a multi-year vision for us, one where we continue to expand and deepen the experience over time. Last year was about laying the foundation. We launched Team Builder as a beta, and now we are removing that tag. Our team has been hard at work polishing and improving the overall site performance. Team Builder now has a completely new look, and the site is 2 times faster. Overall render performance is greatly improved, so Team Builder will now work on a wider array of devices and lower-end machines. Hopefully it'll work in Microsoft Edge now, so I don't have to change browser just to use it.
Shouldn't be used Microsoft Edge anyway.
You installed it on my computer. You're literally the one that set up my computer.
It came pre-installed on your computer. It's Windows. Microsoft Edge is Windows. It comes pre-installed on every Windows image.
Yeah, well, when you set up my computer, you didn't download a second browser. I had to do that. So
well, that's because I don't know what browser.
That was you endorsing to use Microsoft Edge, okay?
I don't know what browser you like to use, so I just left it to you to figure it out.
Oot? You left me to figure oot? I'm not Canadian.
I'm trying to throw people off.
I know I live in Michigan now. I'm still not Canadian.
You're closer than me.
In addition to performance updates, college football... Fucker, you lived in Michigan longer than I have throughout our life. Hey, I was gone for 20 years. You were here that whole time.
And now we've traded places.
Yes, we have. In addition to performance updates, College Football 26 was about building on the foundation we built with even tighter integration into Dynasty and more customization. In College Football 25, you were limited to 10 custom images per team. In College Football 26, you now have an upload limit of 5 megabytes, right? Yeah.
If it's MB, then yeah.
Yeah. Limit of 5 megabytes per team. This means you can upload as many custom images and textures as you want until you hit the 5 megabyte limit, increasing your creative power.
I flippin' love that.
Right. All right. So we know how much time and creativity you poured into your team builder teams last year. We wanted to ensure you could bring your College Football 25 creations directly into College Football 26 without having to start over from scratch. With College Football 26, you can import your teams directly from College Football 25 from the team builder. Press the import button to the right top right corner. Which will open a drop down asking you which title you would like to import from. After selecting College Football 25, you'll see, which implies you can do it from Madden too. You'll see a list of every team you created in College Football 25. Pick the team you want to bring forward, and you'll be taken to the Edit Team page. Here, we'll flag any assets or details that couldn't carry over from last year's game and give you the chance to make adjustments before you republish. Make sure you take a few moments to fill out the new Team Builder features we've added this year. If you do not make any changes, your team will receive the default values for those features. Once your team's ready for prime time, hit submit, and your creation will be live and available to download in College Football 26.
That is amazing.
In Dynasty, all teams have a set of My School grades that define who they are as a program. Are they graded academics? Are they a traditional powerhouse? Within the Program Hub, or Program tab, you'll now be able to choose your starting grades by selecting them from a list of unique templates, each representing a different school identity. Whether you're a powerhouse, a pro factory, or a cupcake, trying to establish yourself, there's a foundation that fits your vision. This is great because it used to be that you inherited whatever team you replaced stats.
Right.
So, for example, when I did my Kinetik State Havoc as a Florida team, I didn't want to have trash academics, so I had to choose FIU instead of like FIU or UCF. Now I can set my own grades.
The same thing twice.
No.
You had to choose FIU instead of. Oh, okay. I heard FIU twice.
Florida International University and Florida Atlantic University are two different things.
Yeah, it just sounded like you said FIU twice. Like I had to choose FIU instead of FIU. And I was like, that doesn't make any sense.
FIU instead of FAU.
There you go. Enunciate the A.
Once you pick a template, you'll see your projected team prestige and My School grades. Some of these grades will show up as exact values, while others appear as ranges, and that's by design. Several elements of your team setup can influence how these grades shake out. For example, your stadium atmosphere grade will adjust based on the size of the stadium you select, and your championship contender grade depends on which team you replace in Dynasty Mode. So you'll still inherit some things like championship contender.
Yeah.
Since you'll inherit their preseason ranking as well. Other attributes like coach stability, coach prestige, and conference prestige won't come from your template at all. Instead, they'll reflect your coach setup when you start your dynasty and where you choose to place your team in custom conferences. Then it's got some screenshots here of the new controls on Team Builder. So just looking at these real quick. So at the top, it's got the team name, stadium name, your offensive playbook, defensive playbook, your projected overall for defense and offense. It's got tabs for brand, uniform, stadium and field, program, and roster. Program, I'm assuming, is the newest one because that's the one it's showing. On the left side, you've got where you can set your offensive playbook, defensive playbook, program type. Why is it called Fail You? What? Okay, whatever. It's got the Add Rivalries tab, and and you can manually add pipelines. That's awesome. So you're not just inheriting pipelines from the team that you replaced. That's amazing.
Right.
Oh my god.
That is amazing.
All right.
Definitely looking forward to playing around with that.
So it's got some sliders here for motivations, for championship contender, program tradition, campus lifestyle, all of that, and you can use them as sliders. And on the right-hand side, it tells you your grades. All of them are shown currently as very poor.
So we want to max all of those out.
Yeah, and current team prestige is 0 stars. In the next panel, it shows. Okay, so I guess Fail You. There's now okay. I see now. Fail You is the preset now that is below Cupcake. Cupcake used to be the lowest preset. Now there is a preset that is lower than Cupcake. It is Fail You, and it is a 0 pristine prestige, and it has very poor on every slider, an F rating on every slider.
That would actually be something fun for you to do, to make a series out of.
I just did it with the Western Louisiana Snappers that somebody.
I know, but now
they manually did that, where they went in and made it so that all of the players were 0 rating overall. But yeah, it's effectively the same thing. It's just you can do it on the website now.
Yeah, so you can make your own Fail You.
But yeah, so then it shows Cupcake. Cupcake is a 2-star prestige, and the ratings range from very poor to poor. Then it shows Powerhouse, which is a 5-star prestige, and all the ratings range between average to great. All right, enhanced roster editing. Roster editing now lives in its own dedicated tab, and it's been enhanced with deeper customization designed to give you more control over each player on your team. One of the biggest feedback points we heard from the community was that it was difficult to assess how good or bad a player and a team were when you were editing the roster. In College Football 26, you will be able to see your team's overall offense and defensive ratings at all times at the top of the website. These will update in real time as you make changes. When viewing an individual player, you will be able to see their overall rating so that you will always know the impact of each edit. Bio and appearance. When editing a player, there are now 2 editing tabs, bio and skills, ratings, and abilities. In the bio tab, you can modify a player's general information and appearance. Within the bio tab, we have several new editable fields. First and last name, previous redshirt, whether they've used a redshirt year or not, high school star rating, and deal breaker. As we talked about in our Dynasty section, all players now have dynamic deal breakers, so the deal breaker threshold will be determined when you import the team into Dynasty Mode based on the player's final overall. Skill ratings and abilities. Within the skill ratings and abilities tab, you will be able to have more control how good or bad each player is. This year, we have added the following editing capabilities. Player archetype. This determines which 5 physical abilities are available for that player. Development trait. Choose how fast a player develops over time. Player potential. Players can have a potential of low, medium, or high. This will set the player's skill group caps, which determine a player's ceiling or how high they can progress a given attribute. The cap is scaled based on potential and class year. A freshman with high potential will have more room to grow than a junior with high potential, just like in real life. Physical abilities. Once you set your player archetype, you will be able to determine what tier each physical ability is. Each tier has a required attribute rating in order to qualify for it. The required attributes will be visible when you are selecting the tier, and if the player doesn't meet that requirement, you'll get a prompt asking if you want to automatically adjust their rating to match the ability tier. Mental abilities. Which mental abilities are available is determined by the player's position. You will be able to choose from a drop-down which mental abilities they have, if any, and what tier each ability is. Remember, mental abilities cannot be upgraded, so choose wisely. And it's got some example screenshots. Generic stadiums. We've added 3 generic stadiums and a high school stadium to give you more flexibility when creating or customizing your team. All generic stadiums are small to medium sized and do not feature any team branding. Would have been nice to have a large size generic stadium.
Right.
Pipelines are a powerful part of the Dynasty recruiting experience. Having a stronghold in a particular part of the country can completely change your recruiting dynamic. In College Football 26, you now have full control over which pipelines your team builder has. Within the program tab, you can fully customize your pipelines, including where your team has recruiting influence and how strong that influence is. Each pipeline is assigned a tier from 1 to 5, with tier 5 representing your strongest recruiting recruiting presence, and tier 1 being the weakest. You can configure this on a pipeline by pipeline basis, giving you more flexibility to shape your recruiting footprint based on your school's history or your own strategic priorities. Rivalries are a core piece of college football, and now you have complete control of your team builder's team rivalries within the program tab. You can now create up to 5 rivalries for your team builder team. For each rivalry, fill out historical information, such as rivalry team, rivalry name, the first year it was played, all-time series record, who won the last matchup, and the score of the last game. So I'm gonna create a cupcake team with a rivalry with Ohio State, and they've got a 100 game lead over them, and the last game was 100-0. This
Great
information
one with Michigan State, where they've also never won. Yeah, never won a game with failing you.
This information will carry with you into Dynasty Mode. If you want to set up a team builder rivalry, simply set that team's rival to an existing team, then replace that team with your team builder school. So what this is saying is if you and I both use team builder teams and we want to be each other's rival, we would set. Okay, so for example, if I set one of my team's rivals as Florida, you would have to replace Florida with your team. Or if I set it as FAU, and I'm FIU. Did you hear the difference there? I would set FAU as my rival. You would set FIU as your team's rival, and then when we go into the game, I would replace FIU. You would replace FAU.
So an easier way for like us to understand it, because I don't know any of those rivals, would be like if you chose Michigan and you set if you chose to replace Michigan and you set Michigan State as your rival, then I would just replace Michigan State with my team and set Michigan as my rival.
Correct. All right. Here's a listing of the top 25 toughest places to play for College Football 26 as it'll stand at the start of a dynasty.
LSU.
So to really quick go through them. Number 1, Tiger Stadium, LSU. Number 2, Beaver Stadium, Penn State. Number 3, Ohio Stadium, Ohio State. Number 4, Sanford Stadium, Georgia. Number 5, Bryant-Denny Stadium, Alabama. Number 6, Memorial Stadium, Clemson.
I mean,
Number 7,
I don't know as if Alabama Stadium should be higher than Michigan's, given that we like.
To be fair, we haven't beaten them in Bryant-Denny. We beat them at the Rose Bowl.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay, yeah, that's true.
Number 7, Ben Hill Griffith Stadium, Florida. Number 8, Gaylord Family Oklahoma Memorial Stadium, Oklahoma. Number 9, Outson Stadium, Oregon. Number 10, Michigan Stadium, Michigan. Number 11, Kyle Field, Texas A&M. Number 12, Neyland Stadium, Tennessee. Number 13, Darrell K. Royal Texas Memorial Stadium, Texas. Number 14, Doak S. Campbell Stadium, Florida State. Number 15, Camp Randall Stadium, Wisconsin. Number 16, Williams-Brice Stadium, South Carolina. Number 17, Jordan-Hare Stadium, Auburn. Number 18, Husky Stadium, Washington. Number 19, Kinnick Stadium in Iowa. Number 20, Rice-Eccles Stadium, Utah. Number 21, Notre Dame Stadium, Notre Dame. Number 22, Carter Finley Stadium, NC State. Number 23, Boone Pickens Stadium, Oklahoma State. Number 24, Spartan Stadium, Michigan State. Based on how badly we've destroyed them the last couple years, I don't know if Michigan State should still be in the top 25. But, I mean, the last time we played them there, we beat them 49-0. And then number 25, Davis Wade Stadium, Mississippi State. Any thoughts on the top 25 toughest stadiums to play in?
I mean, I think Michigan should be a little bit higher, but I mean, for the most part, I agree. I don't
This
think
is really
Michigan
weird.
State. I don't think Michigan State should be as high as it is, and I think Michigan should be a little bit higher. Like, I don't know. I think it should be right up there with Ohio State, but that's like either above them or like right below them.
So I would say Michigan should be number 6, but this is very interesting because coming into last season, we had not lost a home game in like 4 or 5 years.
Right,
and we were ranked number 16.
Yeah, and then
this past season we lose at home to Texas and Oregon,
like tough teams,
and somehow we're number 10 going into this next season. Not quite sure how that works, but either way, I think we should be number 6. I think the only ones that are higher than Michigan on this list that should be is LSU, Penn State, Ohio State, Georgia, Alabama. I don't think Clemson, Florida, Oklahoma, Oregon, or Texas A&M are harder to play in than Michigan, although I would also put Texas A&M number 7 above Clemson, Florida, Oklahoma. But that's just me.
Right,
anyway,
yeah.
Moving on, post-game speech. If you made it this far, thank you. This blog isn't just a feature list or a change log. It's a reflection of the care, passion, and purpose that this team brings to Dynasty Mode every single day. We're continuing to build on the foundation we laid last year with one goal at the center: satisfy the core community because this is their game. That mindset never wavered. The team has fully rallied behind it, and what we've built together in College Football 26 is something we're incredibly proud of. But this is just year 2 of a multi-year journey, and we're incredibly excited about where we are going. To the community, don't lose your passion and excitement. That energy is the fuel that drives us. Your support, your feedback, and your love for this game are the reason that we're here, and we never take that for granted. With that being said, we'll see you again soon for the next deep dive on Road to Glory and Superstar, which again, I'll do separate videos for. I don't know if you want to join for that, but it's up to you. But this is signed sincerely, Chad Walker, Ben Hall-Miller, and the entire College Football 26 development team. And again, I doubt they're still watching by this point, but shout out to the dev team, to those guys, to Scott O'Gallagher. This is one of the reasons that we started this channel, to do feedback, because they actually do pay attention. They do see it.
Right.
They do see these things. They see the posts. They see the videos. They see the forum, the Reddits. Be constructive. Be helpful. And they will see it, and it will probably get implemented. So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, shout out to everyone there.
Like, I'm happy to see that they're actually taking player feedback on the games. Like a lot of dev studios just ignore like the general fan base that aren't like playing in the paid areas of their game. And I'm happy to see that they're actually taking like the feedback on the the non-paid features of their game. So I mean, that's just a great thing to have a dev team that actually cares about the game rather than one that's just looking to profit off of the game, which I know like the whole goal is to profit, but I feel like the more features that they do, the better they do with the parts of the game that aren't paid. By paid, I mean like the Ultimate Teams, where like they make the bulk of their money after sales. But the fact that they're taking feedback on like the Dynasty mode and the Road to Glory modes, that it just shows the kind of care that they have for the game that they're making.
Right. No, I 100% agree. I for all the flack that EA has gotten over the years, and in most cases deservedly so, the way that they're doing college football, the way that they're improving Madden even this year, assuming that it's not a one-year thing, it seems like they have really sort of went back to the basics and trying to make a good game for the player base. And I as much as I will, criticize them when they do stupid things, I want to give them the props for when they do things properly. And I really like what they're doing. I think that the guys that they have working on college football, they love college football and they love the game, and they play the game. A lot of times with studios, it's very evident that the people that made the game don't play the game. I don't think that's the issue here. I think that I do very much think that they not only love the game, they love the sport, and they do play the game. So
it does kind of seem like the way that they're implementing these changes and the way they're implementing these improvements. It does really seem like they played to the previous game, seen the flaws, and started and took notes on them for the development of this game. It's like they did fix some of the things that were an issue in the previous game. They added features that I feel were missing from 25, like the notification system in Dynasty about like the when players are ready for the next stage of recruitment and whatnot. Like just the fact that they are actually like looking at that stuff, where they honestly didn't have to be able to sell the game. They literally could have just copy paste updated a few things and shipped it out, and like people probably still would have bought it, kind of like how they were doing with Madden for the longest time. It was just copy paste, ship it out. And the fact that they're actually like making these major changes and even taking time to fix and upgrade like the small stuff is like it's just fantastic, and it's a great thing to see from developers, to see the amount of care that they're actually showing to a part of the game that, I mean, they really didn't have to show that care to.
Right. No, 100%. All right, so we've reached the end of this campus huddle. This will be by far be the longest video that we do. This is the largest deep dive for the game. Lichemax, do you have any final thoughts or anything you want to do?
I mean, my final thoughts on the Dynasty is it looks like it's going to be a great experience for those who enjoy the more simulation style of the game, especially when it comes to the recruiting aspect and the management of player health. Like that's going to be a huge ordeal coming into this year's game. You're gonna have to pay. It looks like it's going to be a fun time. I still am uneasy on the wear and tear, the updated wear and tear for features. But I mean, it's something I'm sure I'll get used to after playing the game for a while, just like I did with College Football 25, getting used to that wear and tear system coming from Madden 24. So, I mean, it looks like it's going to be a great time. I already have my pre-order in, so I'll be able to check it out pretty early. So, I mean, we'll see how everything shakes out.
And stay tuned to the Kinetik615 Plays channel, because the game will release, but Lichemax here won't get to play it immediately. But when he does, we are going to go live on Kinetik615 Plays. And are you going to go live on your Twitch?
Probably. Yeah, probably. I'll probably go live on
So
on
his
my Twitch.
first experience playing the game is going to be open the game and immediately go into a play now game with me, so he can experience everything the game has live on camera for all of you. So it'll be fun.
Well, live on stream, but yeah.
Stream. Well, it's on stream. That's what I meant. Sorry, I'm not a professional. Okay,
I'm not either.
Do this.
Like, we are both very, very much new to this whole ordeal. So bear with us. I promise the longer we go, the better we'll get.
Yep, absolutely. All right. So I just want to give a shout out to everyone that does watch this or even watches the clips. Thank you for viewing it. Thank you for being a part of it, helping us grow our channel right from the start. This is literally our second video. You can catch me everywhere on all social media platforms at Kinetik615. If you search Kinetik615 and you don't see me, then I'm not on that platform. I also have a second channel, Kinetik615, where I do podcasting for sports, primarily surrounding the Michigan Wolverines and the Minnesota Vikings, my two favorite teams. But you can catch me there. Kinetik615 Plays, of course, for gaming, and here on the Gamer Sideline. You can also find me as a co-host on the Amazed Madman channel on Monday nights, and as a frequent contributor to over on the Voice of College Football at Michigan, and our good friend Johnny Olden Jr. All on YouTube. Check them out. check out, if you will, the GoFundMe link in the video description. It's also in my channel bio and on my X account at Kinetik615. And as I was mentioned earlier, fully transparent. If you have any questions and you want to verify any of the legitimacy of it, by all means, shoot me a message on there, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Could really use any help that anyone's able to provide to get through the next couple of months. But thank you all for watching, and until next time.
Hang on a minute.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
You can also find me.
My bad.
I'm here, man. You can also find me everywhere at well, not everywhere, but you can find me on YouTube and on
Everywhere on YouTube.
Yeah, you can find me on YouTube, Twitch, and X at Lichemax626. And then during the college football season, you also find me over on the Maze Madman channel as their new stat boy doing
our own Tony Reali.
do fact checking and reading off the stats of during the season. So until next time, this is where you go.
Oh, okay. Until next time, guys. See you in the next one. Go blue. I don't know. I'll figure it out.
Yeah. I'll see you guys in the next one. Have a good one.
Yeah. From joysticks to jumbotrons, or locker rooms to loaded screens, we call this Dynasty. Not just a game mode, it's a lifestyle. Let's talk legacy. Let's talk legacy. Welcome to the game of Sideline. Building programs like I'm saving with a vision. In that Dynasty mode, got precision like a mission. Recruiting 5 stars while I'm 5 bars deep. Scheming like Kirby, game playing in my sleep. EA on the brain, playbook in my veins. Big house dreams with controller in my frame. Antidote deals in the portal wide open. Transfer that talent like cash, no token. I'm breaking it down like film in the booth. Every deep dive got that analyst truth. No glitch in my system, I'm coded with pride. This ain't sideline chatter, this the mainline guy. On the game of Sideline, we